consider it much more than her $76,000 salary.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Some good news for summer travelers. The operator of the largest U.S. fuel pipeline system has raised shipments on a key gasoline line, increasing supplies for East Coast drivers in the peak of the summer travel season. Bloomberg has seen a notice to shippers that outlines that Colonial Pipeline's Line 1, which primarily transports gasoline, has boosted capacity between 4 to 7% above normal summer volumes. Lower oil and gas prices are expected to reduce Exxon's earnings by about $1.5 billion. That's according to a statement issued Monday by the Texas-based company. Federal officials are considering reopening vast areas of public lands in Wyoming and Montana to new coal sales. The announcement is part of President Trump's push to expand U.S. fossil fuel production. President Biden tried to end coal sales in the region, citing climate concerns. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
It's a Phillies family reunion, and you're invited. Join us for Toyota Phillies Alumni Day on Sunday, August 3rd, when the Phillies host the Tigers at 1:35. Get tickets now at phillies.com. The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at phillies.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, July 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, as well as the iHeartRadio app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the number. You can get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this morning. Jimmy Kelly manning the wheels of steel. Phil Omquist with the video on a glorious Tuesday morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It's going to be a hot one.
Eating up today, baby.
Yeah.
Storms are coming.
Oof.
Sean Farish is with us from Nashville, Tennessee. What's up, buddy?
Oh, what's going on? It's been quite the 48 hours, has it not? It's been quite wild.
Been quite the 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just an unbelievable, never-ending news cycle.
This is our reality.
God. I'm not complaining. You know,
it's certainly better off when it's like this, I can tell you.
Yeah, trust
certainly
me.
Better off.
The guys down the hall doing sports, they're dying for a story to fall into their lap. They got nothing. Are you going to talk about the baseball all-star break? Give you a break. We have a lot to get to today. Of course, Cut Sheet 7:45, Fight Club at 9:10, because as Jimmy Kelly would say, fights equal ratings. The big take, empty on Epstein. We'll get into it. That'll be the theme of the first hour. Also, Superman, which comes out this Friday. The director pulls a Rachel Zegler from Snow Woken. Might have sabotaged the big blockbuster debut by getting political. We'll talk about that. ESPN, their double standard on politics. And apparently Gavin Newsom won't back down on Title IX with Linda McMahon, the Trump administration, and everything pertaining to men in women's sports. So just yesterday, as we were talking locally about Paula Scanlon and Leah Thomas and Hugh Penn and Riley Gaines. Over on the West Coast, they're like, we're not going to be like Penn. We're going to play hardball. We'll see how that pays off for you. I don't think it will. Also, by the way, for all you shopaholics out, I think today is day
Amazon
one.
Prime.
Is today Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
Dawn, how many packages do you have showing up on your porch around 2:15 today?
I know, my poor husband. He's like, what did you buy?
Is he going to have a heart attack when he comes home from New York?
He is. The man's going to have a heart attack. And then yesterday we had that torrential rain, so one of the packages, the box was just, it was like soup.
Soup.
You know what I mean?
Like pea soup.
Oof.
Sean Farish, is your wife going to go nuts today with a credit card?
I hope not. I hope not. Listen, when it comes to Amazon and me, we've had several disagreements. And I ordered a 75-inch TV, which I currently sit in front of here with the nice backdrop.
Ah.
And I thought I ordered the wrong thing last year. And I called them, and they said, well, if it was now, mind you, I lived in a 1,200 square foot apartment, right?
Mm-hmm.
They said, well, if it was a 70-inch TV, we can get it tomorrow. But it's a 75-inch TV, you're going to have to hold on to it for a week. I said, yeah, okay. I said, okay. Thankfully, I figured out how to make it work where it works okay. But, yeah, I haven't had the best luck with Amazon.
Yeah.
I usually what they're doing. I call it Scamazon sometimes because you get something.
Yeah.
And it's a problem. Kind of like our Attorney General. She's a scam. We call her Scam Bondi. Scam Bondi. Oh, we're going to do a shots fired. Scam Bondi. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Scam Bondi. I like that.
Yeah.
You might want to copyright that. Get the
Going
shirt
on
printed.
with us.
All right. Let's get down to business. Round one of the news at 6:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
Let's get to it on this hot, hazy morning here in Philadelphia, Odyssey World Headquarters, Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union on this Tuesday, as our own Greg Stocker always says. He's off today, but we're all here, and it's Tuesday, July the 8th. Man, we do have storms on the way, and it will the feel-like temperatures, as they say, the indices with the heat. It'll feel like it's more than 100 degrees. So we're going to get right to it. This video is just shocking, and we have the new stats on the city of Philadelphia because Nick Kayal had asked yesterday, what were the statistics, the tragic statistics? It felt like so many shootings over the holiday weekend. First of all, we know that Philadelphia had 19 shootings over the 4th of July weekend since Friday night, Nick. Due to those shootings, 6 people were killed and 46 people are recovering, 46 people injured. And that's just over the holiday weekend. Now, Philadelphia police did point out when you look at the staggering numbers here in the city, they say that the actual homicide rates are down by 10%. And so that means the people who died, and homicide usually involves, I believe, intent. So does that mean our doctors are doing a better job in saving their lives because it feels like a triage unit? But 46 people in the hospital this morning.
Or we just have a city full of people with bad aim, right?
Oh,
because if their aim was better, we might have a higher casualty count.
Aim like stormtroopers.
My God.
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
and to your point, they're saying in the shocking video that police released, along with word of a $20,000 reward after that horrific one of the 2 mass shootings, right, that we had over the weekend.
Yeah.
They released the video, released the information, $20,000 reward being offered for information leading to the arrest and conviction of individuals. But this from the Grays Ferry section of Philadelphia, it's that doorbell camera footage that police put out there, and you see the gunfight.
Yep, here it is.
So you're looking from the doorbell perspective. People are on the porch.
All right, guys, can we either bring the volume down so Dawn can be heard, or let's pretend it's not our first day here doing audio.
So to give the play-by-play, Nick, I don't know if you. So it's from the doorbell perspective. You see the people.
Yeah, just mute the video and roll the video, please. Thank you. While Dawn talks.
It just looks, or leave the natural sound underneath.
Yeah.
So
just
it'd
bring
be
it down
nat
a little
sound
bit.
under.
I mean, look at that.
That's brotherly love right there.
That looks like a camp out,
You
like
see-
a sleep out. The whole
But this is
porch
what happens when you
littered
call.
with people. Yeah.
This is what happens when you call sandwiches hoagies. There's fired guns, and
Look at this. This is like a video.
This is crazy.
This looks like Grand Theft Auto on the PlayStation.
So
his legs flailing.
Look at this.
Bad.
Look at those kids or those young adults just covering their heads like, oh my God.
Yeah, the one either to your point, Nick, on the left screen, if you're watching, the one either a child or a very petite woman, she's wearing shorts, and she literally dives on the porch to the left of your screen there to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a row home, so you have the split porch with the railing in between, and on the other side of the railing, on the right of your screen, is a guy shooting, and now you have another guy who's basically doing a cameo right in front of the doorbell camera. He's firing away. Look at this. Is this Gaza?
It's madness. It might as well be Gaza. You got enough free Palestine going on over there, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's insane.
Wow.
So
insane.
How many people would you say were on the front porch? And I don't know if some people were on the porch. Did the gunmen did some of the guys run up on the porch? Did they live there? I mean, I would say if they're offering a reward and they want to know who this is, I'm believing that they don't live there because otherwise they would know.
Right.
Right.
There's got to be at least 7 or 8 people there.
At least, and there were young people. So among those killed, we now know some of them are underage or they're teenagers. But it's just a shocking video. 3 people dead, at least 10 others hospitalized, and that happens the 1500 block of South Edding Street. So they did make several arrests over the weekend, monitoring reports of large gathering, loud music. So police were right in the vicinity, and that's when they get the 911 call. The victims ranging in age, like I say, from children or preteens to 24 years old, hospitalized. So our hospitals, CHOP, all the different hospitals just rushing those gunshot victims to area hospitals where nursing staff, doctors, scrambling to save their lives, which they did. And the victims that were killed have been identified as Zahir Wiley, who's 23, Jason Reese, who's 19, and Azir Harris, who's 24, of College Avenue. One of the individuals, his dad is speaking out, that's Azir, because when he was a kid, he was shot, an innocent victim of gunfire while he was a bystander, one of those crossfire situations. And here he is in a wheelchair. He's a wheelchair-bound individual who was presumably on the porch there, caught in the crossfire for the second time in his life. And at this point, they took his life.
Wow, just awful.
So the dad just saying, these are the church-going family just praying for the victims, praying for these young people to stop this violence. But, just a disregard, to your point.
Yeah. You're right.
For children.
Total disregard for human life. God. Like they're playing paintball in the woods.
So we have that going on. Just devastation for the family and for the father. Troy speaking out, Zahir's dad. We do want to get to the strike, and this is AFSCME District 33. With the heat, because yesterday we weren't quite at 100 with the heat index, but today we'll be over 100, and the torrential rain. And now you have the garbage piling up and the stench of this. So finally, as far as thousands of union members represented by DC 33, the union went on strike midnight, July 1st, after the city talks broke down. Today, they will resume those talks. And so this is just about the line of show me the money, saying they want a 3-year deal. It looks like 5% hike each year. And so the city's saying they're offering 2 to 3% raises each year. And the sticking point, the union has said they haven't had these big pay raises like other city employees.
Right. Yeah. Well, 2 to 3%, you never get ahead. You're lucky to stay afloat, right? I mean, 5% is where you can start to maybe get a little bit ahead of the game, so to speak. But if you're Sherelle Parker, 2 mass shootings on a holiday weekend and a garbage strike, you think Sherelle's canceled her summer vacation plans?
Yeah, to her credit, she, unlike the previous administration, we try not to think about. You saw her over the weekend holding news conferences out there again. She doesn't seem to be on vacation or drinking Prosecco in the suburbs or in Maryland, like the previous mayor. So, no, it's just the whole thing is, I know that they're working toward it, but And by the way, you bring up the point of first responders. 911 operators are represented by this union.
Okay.
Okay, so think about now you have staffing shortages, and they're trying to man those 911 calls to make sure they get there, and they did get there very quickly.
Yeah.
There's no question about that.
Trump should show up in his garbage truck.
Yeah,
and just take care of business.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about
just
that?
take care of him. Boy, he had to clean it up. Okay.
Yeah. Imagine Trump
Clear,
rolling
clear.
in with a big waste management truck.
That'll get the strike over with quickly. They don't want him in there.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, Sean, you bring that up. They said they'd never had that kind of security with Bibi, with the Prime Minister Netanyahu and his wife from Israel yesterday. They had garbage trucks, just like we had in Philadelphia. Remember that, Nick? We had here in Philadelphia for the Mummers Parade. They had all these sanitation trucks, blocking the streets to avoid any kind of a terror attack. That's what they had surrounding in D.C. with the White House and whatnot yesterday.
Yep.
For the security. Another story that's making national news that's Philadelphia-based, this horrific story of the father who was murdered in the suburbs by his allegedly by his son in Levittown, and this trial ongoing. So the wife and mother of the victim, she testified yesterday as she comes home from work. You can't even imagine this. Walks in the bathroom, and there is her husband of many years murdered, his head severed in the bathroom of their Levittown home. She testified yesterday. This is the Pennsylvania man who's now accused of murdering his father and then posting that horrific video on social media, holding his dad's severed head online, calling for others to help him to overthrow the U.S. government. And so this trial began, putting on trial 33-year-old Justin Moan, facing charges of murder, abuse of a corpse, terrorism-related crimes. And he lived with his dad and with the mother, as the prosecutors say that Justin Moan shot his dad with that newly purchased pistol. According to prosecutors, he just bought it the day before the murder.
That's right. Yeah, he shot him and then dismembered him post.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Oh God. Was that Bucks County?
Yeah, Levittown, Bucks County.
Oh boy.
And it was a 14-minute YouTube video. Remember?
And they flagged it and took it down, right?
But it took a little. People were calling and complaining.
Right.
He took it live for several hours.
Yeah. YouTube flags us in 7 seconds for playing a Tom Petty song coming out of a break, and this guy's streaming live for hours of murder allegedly.
So, in this one, just a horrific story making national news as we've been talking about it. The father had no reason, they say, to fear for his life. I guess didn't realize the neighbors reported something different, that the 33-year-old son would sit out on the curb in their suburban home and just sit out on the curb and sort of stare out at the street, and neighbors saying how creepy that was.
Wow.
So apparently nobody realized this guy had mental illness or whatever.
So he's sitting on the curb just staring blankly out
for hours into the neighbors.
That's not weird.
That's how Jets fans react every Sunday after they lose.
That's before and after the game. That's what we do.
God.
We envision how bad it possibly could be, and then we come out of the stadium and we're like, wow, that was worse than we thought.
Yeah. Let me ponder my existence for a little bit now.
They put up this thing the Jets did on Instagram yesterday, 62 more days until you hear this. There was the CBS Sports song, and I was like, yep, great. And that's when I start thinking about, how do I want to jump off the top of the stadium today?
Enjoy your summer, Sean.
Oh, my goodness.
It's going to be over before you know it.
I'll headline.
Well, the best part about living in Tennessee, I don't pay for the Sunday ticket because I'm not watching that.
Attaboy.
You know what? No way. Yeah. I'll listen to it on the radio. I love Bob Wischusen.
Wischusen.
Yep.
Wischusen. And so the update, the tragic, I know it's Donnie Downer news this morning, so I apologize. This is the story. There's just not a lot of encouragement, as they're still calling it a search and rescue this morning out of Texas, as the latest number is well over 100 killed in Texas after those flash flood alerts. And at least 27 Camp Mystic, the youngest campers, those little girls, 27 confirmed dead. We had heard yesterday 28, but we have camp counselors. We have the youngest campers as they're among the 100. The latest number looks like 104 dead as they're searching into the night. I know that one of the headlines was that there was one community that did pay for those sirens. And so that's the tragedy out of this, that apparently they, even if they had funded these sirens like we have in this area, they wouldn't have been able to get them up and running until September. But now it looks like they'll have emergency funding to get those sirens to alert people, as opposed to a cell phone that goes off, or something where on talk radio oftentimes we have what do they call it? The EAS alert.
EBS, emergency broadcast,
EBS. Yeah. So but these, we talked about this yesterday, these kids, a lot of them 7 and 8 years old, so maybe in that one cabin didn't even have a cell phone. And I don't know why I guess they couldn't get to them in time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
So we have all of that going on as we look to the updates, but those rescue crews continue. They worked overnight, just still trying to find, and they're using the heat censored, type of technology as they're flying with drones and flying overhead with choppers, that sort of thing. But more rain in their forecast as that death toll rises above the 100 in Kerrville, Texas. Just tragedies, and the stories of courage. And by the way, one of the stories that I know we'll get to is that one of the heroes within this, a New Jersey native, is credited with saving at least 165 lives, because there were about 700 campers there. It's an overnight camp. About 165 rescued from Camp Mystic by one New Jersey native.
That guy's a hero. What a hero that guy is.
Oh my God.
Give him a key to the city.
That's the Coast Guard swimmer, right?
Yes.
Yep.
I think Ruskin was his last name.
Yes.
Yep, we've got him for
unbelievable.
The cut sheet. Yep, he'll be on the cut sheet today.
So I know we'll get to all of it with the headlines. Netanyahu with Bibi dining, Nobel Prize letter, surprise for Trump with that. Will he get a peace prize? He certainly got the nomination. The Epstein files, all of that going on. And as well as we think about those beautiful letters that we're going to headline. I know Nick's going to headline all of it.
Beautiful. So tremendous letters.
The big, beautiful letters from
the biggest load that we've seen.
The biggest load of tariffs and so on, and all the trade deals. But we'll get to our sponsor, the big, beautiful sponsor this morning, First Harvest Credit Union. Unlock your savings potential. First Harvest Credit Union gross savings account. You can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings for details. Membership restrictions do apply. Insured by NCUA. The forecast, it's an important one. You got to be safe. We have been talking about these flash flood alerts for yesterday as well as today again. Nick, am I doing the forecast or are you?
You can do the forecast. I have the read if you want. I'll do the read at the end.
So a piece of this is, the big story is the heat, because we're going to exceed 100 degrees today. So be safe if you're out there. But also, just as they did have the flash flood alerts started going out last Thursday in Texas, we reported that yesterday. And it makes you realize, you have to think about that as far as being on the roadway. Sometimes we saw in Bucks County, we talked about that wave. It can happen. And sometimes they underestimate the rise of those rivers or local tributaries. So you want to be safe with that, with these flash flood alerts. And as well, swimming not safe down the shore in those red flag zones. Please, if you're down the Jersey Shore and you're out there, look for the lifeguards, look for the green flags to only swim between the green flags. Not safe if there's not a lifeguard down the shore. So that's our forecast. That's our sponsor with First Harvest Credit Union. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Tuesday Big Take is coming up next. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 627 here on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Sean Farish. Sean is in today, Thursday, and Friday. Bruno will join us tomorrow as Stalker wraps up his 2 weeks of vacation. He'll be back on Monday, just a week out from the bike ride. But boy, do we have a ton to talk about this morning. Jimmy Kelly, let's get down to business. Time for a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The Big Take coming up empty on Epstein. In life, it's easy to talk a good game, and then at some point, you get the chance to walk it. Also in life, I believe it's better to wait and get it right as opposed to stepping out of your lane, rushing, and then getting it wrong. Those lessons, I think, apply today for Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino, all three of whom have told us one thing on the Jeffrey Epstein files, his client list, what occurred on that island, and the circumstances surrounding his death, and have now changed their tunes. Pam Bondi, I think, is the easy scapegoat because she ran her mouth while officially in the position of Attorney General of the DOJ for DJT. Kash and Bongino, they talked a good game in the podcast and the radio world and have been in spin mode or a complete 180 since joining the FBI as number one and number two, respectively. But no matter how you slice it or dice it, I think all three of them come up looking bad. Axios with a big scoop late Sunday night that has had social media buzzing for the last 36 hours. Headline from Axios, quote, exclusive. DOJ and FBI conclude Epstein had no client list and he died by suicide, end quote. I've always been a guy who's open to hearing all arguments and changing my opinion based on new information. I'm not a huge fan of dying on certain hills. That's not the way I kind of roll, but two things you'll never convince me of. That Trump was shot in Butler, PA on July 13th, 2024 by a lone 20-year-old shooter on a sloped roof from 140 yards away, and he acted alone from beginning to end. I don't buy that. And Jeffrey Epstein had no client list, and he just killed himself. Nope, not buying it. Don't believe it for a second. But let's work in reverse order, shall we? Here was White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt yesterday in an exchange with Peter Doocy of Fox News on this very subject. Listen and watch.
Client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk.
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. That they promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
In my opinion, that is complete nonsense. That is absolute spin from Caroline Leavitt. She sounded a lot like Karine Jean-Pierre there at the end. I would refer you to the White House counsel. She's either cleaning up for Bondi's mess or covering up what truly exists. So let's examine all of the valid questions that anybody with a functional brain would ask, knowing that something isn't adding up here. Were the files ever on Pam Bondi's desk? Were they ever reviewed by her in the last 4 months? Was there a bombshell in there or multiple bombshells that prevented further transparency? Why is Axios reporting this at the end of a holiday weekend, late on a Sunday after 2 amazing weeks for the Trump administration? Are they trying to put out bad PR after a great run by 47? Or is the Trump administration deliberately putting this out now as they've built up a ton of equity in these first 5 months because Trump has delivered on a ton of campaign promises? And of course, in our society, with everybody having the attention span of salad dressing, we move on to the next story. Bondi, Patel, Bongino, they've all done great work with child predators, gang members, terrorists, cartel members in a short period of time. I think they're very good at what they do. But Pam Bondi might not be the best public speaker. moving forward on the big issues. Maybe she should take a page out of the Bongino playbook since assuming his new role and be less visible and less vocal and just keep getting wins behind the scenes in the courtroom. And speaking of Pam, Cash, and Dan, let's continue working our way backwards. This was Pam Bondi just a few months ago. Listen and watch.
Tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going.
Something stinks here. You could talk about the volume all you want. Nobody wants victim names. We get that. Pam Bondi, in my opinion, either oversold her hand pertaining to what evidence she was in possession of, or she jumped the gun and flapped her gums prematurely, or a third possibility, someone above her pay grade told her, stand down, if you read between the lines. And let's ask these questions. If there's no client list, then why is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison? How do you go to prison for sex trafficking minors if there are no clients? And if Epstein didn't have this little black book with names of high rollers and power players and global elites, why would he kill himself? Or why would somebody else snuff him out? We hear blackmail all the time with Epstein. Well, blackmail's a two-way street, and blackmail is a theory in this case. Yet the government is telling us it's a one-way street. Let's continue working back in reverse. Here's a side-by-side of Dan Bongino, one from 2023, when he was in the media world, and the other from this year, leading the FBI alongside Kash Patel. A complete reversal. Listen and watch these side-by-side clips.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumler, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it. Outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
He killed himself. You want me to get, I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
So you go from saying, please don't let this go. Keep your eye on this. We need to keep the heat on here to, I've seen the file. Keep it moving. Nothing to see here. Case closed. Dan Bongino is great at law enforcement. He was a beast in the audio download space. But I'm not buying what he's saying now. You can, but I'm not. And that brings us to Kash Patel. He brought the heat in 2024 with Benny Johnson, prior to becoming the head of the FBI. Of course, it was all talk. Listen and watch.
Simple, because of who's on that list. You don't think that Bill Gates is lobbying Congress night and day to prevent the disclosure of that list? And why is it that the Senate, and good for Senator Blackburn to try to get it out, but then Dick Durbin comes over the top and says, no, we're not going to release the names. I don't care about the list itself, but if you release the names, right? What the hell are the House Republicans doing? They have the majority. You can't get the list? You're going to accept Dick Durbin's word or whoever that guy is as to who is on that list and who isn't, and that it can and can't be released? Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are. We have an election coming up, and we need to adjudicate this matter at the polls. God knows the FBI and DOJ aren't going to do anything. But how are you going to reward the FBI with a new headquarters building after their illegal surveillance on Donald Trump continues with a reauthorization of FISA, and we can't even get basic documents out? This is why America hates Congress. And this is why I'm tired of the Republican majority saying they're going to get the job done and failing.
Well, Kash, this is why nobody trusts and has faith in any of our federal agencies as well anymore. You've come up empty just like your predecessors. And then the change of tune just a few months ago on the Joe Rogan podcast. Listen and watch one more of Kash.
Again, logical play out. If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd...
Well, I don't need to see it. I don't need names, but I would have liked to have seen justice. It doesn't change my life one way or the other. Trump is rolling. He's delivering on the border, deportations, the economy, peace deals, tariffs. But the three of you said one thing and have done another. And you may end up getting a 9 out of 10 on your job performance review from this administration, the American public, and myself as well. But you've come up with nada on Epstein after a lot of chirping. Look, maybe the conspiracy theorists, they got one wrong. They've been batting pretty good the last 5 years. Maybe this is merely an exaggeration from the American public, sensationalized innuendo, or maybe, just maybe, it's above your pay grade. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can furnish your home and make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality famous brands meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on the Epstein stuff. According to the authorities, it's case closed, no further prosecutions. Epstein was not blackmailing anybody. He killed himself in his prison cell. There's no list, there's no video, no nothing. And the government will release in small snippets and a larger enhanced version of the video of the prison cell from 10:40 to 6:30 in the morning. You can also reach us on YouTube. All right, I'll start with Sean Farish. Your thoughts? Is this a dead story for you, or do you still feel like you're being robbed by somebody in this administration?
Well, I looked at the Epstein stuff for years, despite what Cash said, despite what even Dan, who I respect that guy, just about as much as anybody in the space. And everybody that I used to hear about, and hear from, Epstein list. I never once ever since 2019 believed that there was like an Excel spreadsheet of Jeffrey Epstein who he trafficked kids to. Right. So, when we heard about the Epstein list, I always understood it as it was going to be a list of names that was aggregated through evidence and testimony. Right. Not that it was a list of names that Jeffrey Epstein kept in a Word document that said, I, Jeffrey Epstein, traffic children to A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, right? Which I believe that there are some people who believe that is what exists. Like, Epstein had it. He's a criminal, right? So criminals generally hide their tracks. They don't publish them on Microsoft Excel. Right. So that's number one. Look, I don't believe we're getting all the information. And now is it one of two reasons for me? Is it that the evidence was destroyed, or is it that the evidence never existed in the first place? Mm-hmm. I have a sneaking suspicion that the evidence did exist at some point in time, because there's too many coincidences, right? Ghislaine Maxwell being in jail. Right now it looks like she trafficked children to one guy. I have a hard time believing that. Now, on the flip side, a lot of the evidence and things that were recovered from Jeffrey Epstein was, from what I understand, child porn that he downloaded and obtained, not necessarily stuff that he created with his victims, because he was into that type of thing. So there's a lot of information that that's out there. It's a, I don't know how to put it into completely into words, but I think there's a lot of information that's been omitted, and whether it was omitted purposefully with malice or because it just doesn't exist anymore, I don't know. I don't have the answer to it. I'm probably never going to get the answer.
Which
to
is
that,
almost
right?
the opposite if you think about it. If you go back to the JFK assassination files that Tulsi Gabbard released, I think if I recall correctly, for the most part, they were largely unredacted, right? So
right.
I mean, we get transparency on something like that, or the closest thing to transparency for something that happened, half a century ago, give or take. Yet on this, we're sitting here and we're like, something doesn't smell right.
Well, that might be why, right? If the JFK files, or everyone who's been involved in that is essentially, an afterthought at this point.
Yeah.
And Epstein is anything but that. The last thing I'll say about it is, this whole situation, I believe, started when Bondi decided, let's do binders, okay? And then this whole thing with, I'm on Jesse Waters, the stuff is on my desk, I've got all this, and then binders come out, and then there's nothing, and then Anna Paulina Luna says phase 2 is coming out soon, and then there's no phase 2, and now we get the case closed memo. Yeah. I think if she could do it all over again, she doesn't do that, because that made this that much more infuriating, right? Whereas if she had just said nothing, It may not be this. People would still be upset, but it may not be this bad.
Dawn, your thoughts?
So, as far as Epstein, I've been obsessed over this because what do I talk about as a parent? Pedophiles.
You see him around every corner.
Right? I see pedophiles. My kids could do a whole comedy routine about, don't run up to that ice cream truck. That driver looks like a pedophile, boys.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm very serious with this. So, as far as the Epstein story, I will take you back to 2008, Alexander Acosta.
The Florida prosecutor.
Now, and remember, Trump wanted him during his first administration. He was a nominee, and then because of his giving Epstein a non-prosecution deal, he then resigned from a nomination. But in 2008, and who was, so he was a George W. Bush appointee, he suddenly gives Epstein a pass. Why? And if you watch all the documentaries and read all the books and hear all the victims, the survivor stories, they, along with detectives there locally in Florida, were furious about why would he give him a non-prosecution agreement? We've got this guy.
Right.
So number one, this is shady from the get-go. How did he get that non-prosecution agreement? That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, and so to me, what I have believed all along is that, okay, somebody high up in CIA just has the stank of the CIA to me personally.
Yep.
Were they using this guy? Now, we know internationally there were some, as I say, biggity big leaders and important people worldwide who were going to Epstein Island. So the next question is, that they have all these videos, years worth of videos, because he had hidden cameras everywhere. The survivors, the kids talked about that. So where are the videos?
Destroyed.
Where are they?
Mm-hmm. Well, let's roll K2, Phil. This was former CIA officer John Kirikou, who was on Jesse Waters, claiming that the deep state likely destroyed the Epstein documents before Cash and Bongino got to the FBI, which if that is true, then obviously Cash and Bongino were off the hook. They can't be blamed for this. Let's roll this from Jesse Waters on Fox News.
I'm not blaming the FBI director, Kash Patel, or the deputy director, Dan Bongino. I think that layer beneath them, that's part of what we like to call the deep state, has taken this bull by the horns, and they've probably destroyed information. Look at what the CIA did in 1975 after Congress ordered that it release all of its files related to an operation called MKUltra. The director of the CIA went back to headquarters and ordered everything to be destroyed. And in the end, only about 20% of the documents survived. We're still learning about the FBI's operations against Martin Luther King 55 years after the fact. So now we're supposed to believe that everybody's telling the truth, that there were no files, there were no dossiers. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it because I know how these people operate.
Well, you go back to these global individuals that you were referencing, of what was it, Prince Andrew, and other people throughout.
It's not him, though.
No, it's not him,
right?
right? But certainly other people, as you would say, biggity bigs. Let me ask you this. How does Jeffrey, on the theme of blackmail, how does Jeffrey Epstein, upon the time of his death, or actually his apprehension in 2019, have roughly $600 to $700 million simply by being a financier, right? Like, this is a guy who, he didn't invent anything. He never created anything. He didn't launch a company and then spin it off and sell it for hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, this is a guy, to me, that was on the receiving end of blackmail financially, is my assumption and my guess, because even Nancy Pelosi isn't making this type of money on the stock market. So where did this guy get his wealth from, right? It doesn't add up. So I look at that. And then I also look at this. And Sean, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but it was going, I guess, viral on social media. The little snippet that has been out there of his prison cell video. And there's claims that there's a 1 minute gap in the timestamps of when it started versus when it resumes. And we were also told that the cameras were no longer operational. Could this have happened as far as him being, snuffed out in 60 seconds? I mean, I don't know.
Well, the cameras that we were told were not working were the cameras directly outside of his cell, which is not the footage that we got. What we got was the cameras that you could see basically where his cell door was off on the side. And I think what they're trying to show us, just to be fair, is you don't see anybody going in or out during that time, right? So the door that's front and center in the video is not Epstein's cell. And you could tell that because the picture's taken of Epstein's cell with the police tape. It's a totally different door.
Yeah, with the
so
X
the door
there,
that so it's a totally different door that you're focused, that the video is focused on. But I think the point is to show the view that where Epstein's door was, there was nobody going in and out. I don't believe somebody could have gone in, killed him, and gone out in 60 seconds. Now, I don't know what people are capable of. As far as the death goes, is a suicide possible? Of course it is. Is it likely? I don't know. There's nobody's going to know whether or not this guy killed himself or was taken out. What I will say is the only doctor that ruled that it could have been a homicide, right? And his words were more consistent with homicide than suicide, was Dr. Michael Baden, who is nothing more than a hired gun. He was hired by Epstein's brother to push this narrative. He was also hired by George Floyd's family to push the asphyxiation narrative. So the only doctor, and I'm not saying we trust all the doctors, right? But the only doctor in this case that even came close to ruling it a homicide is a guy that we definitely have questions about because of who hired him and what his motives are when money's involved. So, I mean, could it have been a suicide? Yeah, and I think we actually had somebody call into this station once who used to work in law enforcement, said it may have been suicide, but it was kind of like, hey, if you don't take yourself out, you're in trouble when you go into the big house, and essentially left him no choice.
That's right. In a couple of the articles that were written yesterday, one from Fox News, they write about how 2 weeks prior to his death, Epstein had been placed on suicide watch after he was found barely conscious in his cell with injuries to his neck. He had been taken off of suicide watch just days before hanging himself. But as Axios writes in their exclusive that they reported on Sunday night, investigators have found no incriminating client list, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. And this, why I think this really kind of smells a little fishy, and it always has, but this is coming a few days after the Diddy trial while we were on vacation last week, where the verdict came back with the jury of guilty on 2 of the 5 charges, and they were the lesser charges. He's going to serve the rest of his time until the sentencing in the fall, and then I think in October he'll officially be sentenced. And I think a lot of people are just saying, here we go again with the protection of the elites and the wealthy when it comes to these sexual crimes, which, Dawn, as you've been saying for years, you walk around the corner, you see Jeffrey Epstein probably 5 times a day.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, with Diddy, I didn't report on it because I just we had so much else. But I will say this: I was not surprised by that verdict because they were over and over having people testify. Is he a bad guy? Is he a freaky guy? Yes, but they didn't prove the case.
Right. And
I think
Dershowitz also said they should have charged him at the state level, that the feds overcharged him.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, the Diddy case there was nothing flashy. I didn't follow it hard either because there was a lot of other stuff going on. I think we were in, so-called World War III, but, and all this other stuff. Yeah. But there was no breaking crazy testimony that came out. It seemed like they brought a very weak case to get him on the sex trafficking charges. Whether that was intentional or not, I don't know.
Right.
It was domestic in nature, and it was horrific.
Yeah.
It was horrible. But even his own defense team just said, look, he's admitted to some horrible things. So basically saying, is he a sinner in domestic relationships? But they didn't prove things like, racketeering and all these other things.
Yep.
So I don't think those prosecutors ever really proved their case.
Just to wrap up the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, Trump posted this on Truth Social last night. Not sure that the timing is great with the optics, but he says, and Phil, if you want to throw it up on YouTube, the FBI, under the direction of Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino, is back to the basics, locking up criminals and cleaning up America's streets. We have the greatest law enforcement professionals in the world, but politics and corrupt leadership often prevented them from doing their job. That is no longer the case, and now they have been unleashed to do their jobs, and they are doing just that. Keep it up. Make America safe again. And also, lastly, I know there are some Trump haters out there that listen to us religiously. No, the Epstein files are not being prevented from being released because Trump is on it. Epstein's own attorney even asked Epstein, is Trump in any way involved with this when it comes to the island? And Epstein repeatedly told his own attorney, the answer is no. So for the TDS crowd out there, that's not really a factor.
Well, you think Merrick Garland would have sat on it? I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Do you think any Democrats?
Trump on tape?
Do you think any Democrats yesterday would have sat on this?
No.
I mean,
no chance. Yeah. How come we didn't see tweets from Pelosi and Jeffries and Schumer saying, "Oh, this is why." You know why? Because he's not on the list.
Exactly.
Okay. So I don't want to hear that he's always Trump. He's not on the list.
Right.
Or if there is a list, right? Apparently there's not now. So.
Yeah, but there are videotapes, and I don't believe that they destroyed the videotapes. To me, the place to look is with that Acosta. And I'm not saying that he's not a man of integrity. He got thrown under the buses. He's listed as one of the most, influential people in business ethics. He's on many Florida commissions right now. He was, like I say, George W. Bush appointee who pressured Alexander Acosta, who's an impressive guy. He clerked under Justice Alito.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this
that
goes
says
back.
a lot.
So who pressured this prosecutor in Florida at the federal level
to go light,
to stand down?
Yep.
And remember, it wasn't until 2019 that they were forced by the courts to reveal that they had cut that secret deal.
Right.
Who
That's
did
right.
that? Who pressured him? Who is so powerful? This goes way deep.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
that
somebody,
smells like
right?
CIA type deal, right? Like informant type,
Mm-hmm.
Why are we? I mean, the same theories came out about Ray Epps and why he wasn't charged January 6th. Now, I don't know if he was an informant or not, or if he made a deal or not. But, that, like you said, a non-prosecution agreement for a slam dunk case for a guy as bad as what Epstein was alleged to have done smells fishy.
It does. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, you can reach us on X at 1210 WPHT. And of course, fire away in the comments section on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. We'll come back, get some news from Dawn to kick off hour number 2. And then to the world of entertainment and sports we go, as politics could not only derail the biggest summer blockbuster this Friday, but also the double standard at the four-letter sports network when it pertains to conservatives compared to their liberal counterparts. Kayal and Company with Sean Farish. We're back with hour 2 next.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails. It's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner, so he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like, what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on root metrics root score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
First, there was Tuesday. Then there was Taco Tuesday. Now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, aka Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yes, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty is free. Make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.702, Kayal and Company, hour number 2 underway here on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, Sean Farish, Jimmy Kelly, Phil Omquist. All the goodies still ahead. The cut sheet at 7:45. Fight Club at 9:10. And yes, get us on the iHeartRadio app. In addition to the Odyssey app, watch us on YouTube. Download the podcast on Spotify and iTunes. And all the other ways that you can consume the show. 855-839-1210. We'll get to some cross-pollinization of politics and entertainment, as well as politics and sports coming up in just a little bit. And also, Gavin Newsom is going to be playing hardball, apparently, in the state of California when it pertains to Title IX. We'll give you that update as well. But let's get to the news here at 7:03, round number 2. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Tuesday morning, July the 8th, we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. 77 degrees and heating up to feel-like temperatures of more than 100 degrees with more storms and rain in the forecast. As we look to Philadelphia and shootings, there was a shooting close to midnight at the outside the TGI Fridays around City Avenue last night, so right before midnight, and that police investigation continuing into the wee hours of this morning. So that's the latest shooting in Philadelphia. We have reports from police that 3 people were hospitalized after that overnight triple shooting in Philadelphia. So the shootings heating up, if you will, with the summer. But in this latest one, police say 3 people in the hospital after that triple shooting happened in Philadelphia's Strawberry Mansion neighborhood overnight. And it happened Ridge and Susquehanna Avenue. And all of those victims, as I speak, are listed in critical condition. That's the latest shooting as police still are searching for the, looks like 3 gunmen in that shooting that happened, one of the mass shootings that happened over the weekend. And we showed you that shocking video that was released, doorbell camera video, in which we have 3 people killed and multiple people injured, as many as 10 gunshot victims still recovering in the hospital, $20,000 reward. So a lot of shootings making national headlines and local headlines here in Philadelphia.
If I recall correctly, in regards to your TGI Fridays shooting, that was, the City Avenue location. That's where the radio stations used to be years ago. Right
where the TV stations
where all the TVs are, right? Channel 10 and things like that, Channel 6. That was Iverson's old joint, wasn't it, back in the day?
Yeah.
Oh, they run out of wings?
Yeah, right.
You start You've had multiple stories of either violence or news reports about that location, correct?
Yeah, because I think people gather, because there's on the 6ABC side, which is also, there's the Target and the TGI Fridays, and like a California Pizza Kitchen on the city side. But then even on the other side, that whole like shopping center.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they renamed it City Avenue, as we've talked about, because by not calling it City Line Avenue, you're not recognizing any kind of a line.
That's true.
So let's just change the name of the street. Everything will get better, right?
Yeah.
The power of PR.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, in this one, unfortunately, we see this in summertime because of, the days are longer. People are out. It's hot. So maybe they're going to some of the shops there to get some air conditioning, because of the heat, the rain. I don't know, people hanging out later. But we're seeing this more and more. In the story that we're talking about with one of the two mass shootings, it looks like some of those victims are underage children just caught in the crossfire. And this has, brought forth city officials who've said, please take a look at that video. If you were in that area, they want to find these gunmen. And one thing I wanted to point out, because you had mentioned how there's not a lot of aim, that this is just opening fire.
Oh yeah, it's
in the gunfight.
Yeah,
but they're using homemade, let's say, bump stocks, but they're homemade devices,
right,
to increase the level of how many bullets they can get out.
Right, Phil. If we can, let's play. I don't want the audio this time. We're just going to play it on silent. T08A, I believe, the one we played in the 6 o'clock news. This is the one that Dawn's referring to that was captured on the Ring doorbell cam. And, I mean, the porch legitimately looks like a slumber party in the middle of a gunfire. Let's just roll this as Dawn continues here. And you can see this here. I mean, there's people fleeing down the streets. You got one guy on the other side of the porch. And then you're going to see another guy stand up. Look at this. This guy was laying down. So he was laying on the ground and then gets up and starts firing.
Yeah, so it looks like so this is obviously targeted.
Oh, yes.
Right? Because you have guys out on the street, so it's a doorbell cam. So you're looking from the perspective of their front porch, and there's a canopy over it. And so you see there are guys out on the street just shooting indiscriminately. And that was what we had said yesterday. The Commissioner Bethel had said these are a bunch of cowards. But in this case, it is like the Wild Wild West, because you see these gunmen on the porch with kids, with a ton of people, and then returning fire.
It's no wonder why random people in adjacent houses are having bullet holes fly through their drywall and into their bedroom windows. They're just spraying bullets everywhere.
And it's also the one person that's his head at one point fills the round doorbell camera. He's wearing a knit cap,
of course,
a white cap.
Right.
It was 90 degrees out.
I was going to say, well, it was chilly. It went down to 87 when the sun went down.
So it's just disturbing. I mean, you see the one, like we say, you see either they're very petite, teenagers, or they look like kids as young as 12 or 10 on that front porch, a family that they're caught in the middle of this and just diving and scrambling to try to scooch behind like a little, balcony area.
Yeah.
It's horrifying.
Great ads for relocating to the suburbs.
Jeez. So, but you always say, why don't people move? I think if you could move, you would.
Right.
But with the housing, crisis, the way there's nothing for sale.
No. Crack houses go for $300,000 these days.
So,
yeah.
My God. We have in the city of Philadelphia, Mayor Sherrell Parker had released a statement talking about trying to end this strike of these DC 33 union workers. This is a large union, 9,000 union members, as they go back to the bargaining table. So they were not in official negotiations Sunday or yesterday. So they're going back to talks today. And at issue, they're just saying, we want our fair share. We deserve a raise. And Mayor Parker says this would be the most significant raise that they're offering these individuals of any mayor in the history of the city. Their point is that during COVID, especially during the pandemic, they haven't gotten their fair share of raises like other unions, like other city workers in City Hall, and that these were individuals, 911 operators, the garbage, all of those people collecting your trash, those types of jobs among the hardest working individuals who never have the luxury of a desk job or zooming it in.
Right. Yeah.
And they're saying, we deserve these raises. This is not a huge raise. Other unions have gotten, and other groups have gotten much bigger raises.
Yeah. Look, 5% to me doesn't seem like too much. Now, I guess if you're asking for 5 and they're giving 2 to 3, I don't know. Do you meet in the middle and call it a day at 4? I think we kind of talked about that yesterday a little bit, but.
Yeah. But represented among them, sanitation workers, they're among these 9,000 city employees who are on the picket lines this morning. So watching that negotiation as the trash piles up. And they've also said they've had problems with fires starting. Please don't put your trash out on the curb. And as well, some of those city centers that we've seen, and the city released that interactive map, they're having problems and violence around there. And it's just the stench of this garbage with 100-degree or 95 is the high today. So you think about the heat, the stench.
Yeah.
It's nasty.
I love my garbage well done.
Yeah.
The Black Plague is going to be, coming back soon at this rate.
Rats.
The plague of color.
Yeah.
It's
awful.
Nasty. And this, as we look to donations being sent to Kerr County, Texas, the death toll rising well above 100 dead confirmed. We got that, I think, before midnight last night. They said above 100. Now that death toll has risen to 104 victims of those Texas floods, continuing to rise after that river cascaded through the campsite filled with sleeping children. And that's it. It was like the perfect or imperfect storm, if you will. 700 plus children sleeping near the river there. 10 children, 1 counselor still missing as round-the-clock search and rescue missions continue as we are on the air live this morning, Kerr County, Texas. And so the U.S. Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin being hailed nationally as he was lowered to the scene by a helicopter, and they're crediting with him with helping rescue as many as 200 children, just terrified, and Ruskin speaking out. It just gives you chill bumps when you see him speak. And
we have it. Do you want to go to this?
Oh, my goodness.
Phil, if you can, let's get T14. T14 Hero Alert. This is exactly what Dawn was talking about. The Coast Guard rescue swimmer, Scott Ruskin. Let's roll this footage.
Is there anything that stood out to you about them? I understand that there were some counselors that had to bash open some windows in a cabin to help get them out as the floodwaters came in. Did they share anything with you that is going to stay with you?
Yeah, it's a good one. There definitely was there's going to be a lot of heroics from this, not only from like first responders, but just the people that were the survivors, right? Like caught in the flood. Hearing stories from some of the camp counselors when I was on the ground with them, just telling them like, hey, I was throwing kids out the door just to get them out of the floodwater, grabbing one crock for them. Like a lot of the kids didn't even have shoes on. I was just carrying them to the helicopter because they're stepping on wet rocks and their feet might be cut up and stuff. So just that experience of like, yeah, these camp counselors and the kids too, like they're being so brave and tough. And like, I know there's a lot of them I was able to kind of like get hands on with. And if you guys, yeah, seriously, like you guys were the best. Like, I'm sorry this happened to you guys, but you guys were so brave and tough, and it made me like a better rescuer because you guys were acting so bravely. I'm just a person, right? I'm just a guy. I'm just a dude. I chose to enlist in the Coast Guard. Anyone is able to do this. Anyone's able to do this job if you raise your right hand, do it. So I'm just happy I was given the opportunity to help these people out.
Scott Ruskin, Petty Officer, 3rd Class, 165. What a badass that guy is.
That was his first rescue mission too, from what was reported. It was the first time he'd ever done that.
Wow.
So
yeah,
I mean, that's a hero right there.
Uh-huh.
And then they're still missing some of the campers. People still missing, as I had reported. This was as far as Camp Mystic specifically, a private Christian summer camp for girls established back in 1926, and it's nestled right by the river there in central Texas. And so as far as this goes, it was an emotional vigil they held last evening, and they were singing, Christian songs, gathering around, praying for those first responders and hailing them as heroes, including Scott. But this flood is the latest in the deadly history, with this, or a history of flooding, I should say. But it's just a real tragedy here as we look to what's happening. It's just, and they've set up funds, like I say, but
I saw the Cowboys and the Houston Texans.
A lot of your teams
both raised $1.5 million, I believe. I heard that report.
A lot of donations.
The Texas Rangers jumped in on it too. I believe
yes.
They set something up. Baseball.
Yeah.
The community states coming together, all that, which is nice. But
Yep.
Just wish it wasn't the case altogether.
Yeah, and of course it got politicized as well, right?
It's
Chip
Trump's
Roy,
fault.
yeah,
so.
it's Trump's fault. Rosie O'Donnell's, but spouting off from Ireland, the mainstream media, Abby Phillip contradicting herself, Dana Bash. It's interesting how they talked about the last floods and the last handful of disasters, and they compare it to this one. I watched a little bit of Will Kane's show yesterday. Chip Roy was on talking about it. It's like you can't even get through one day of a tragedy before somebody tries to politicize it. It's sad.
How about people saying, how about people coming out that pediatrician was basically saying you got what you voted for?
She got fired.
Yeah, she
got fired. Absolutely. And she should have been fired.
Yes.
But I mean, how about that? I mean, I can't remember, and maybe there was somebody that was doing this, and if they were, they're wrong for it. But I don't remember seeing people on the other side when LA was burning going, yeah, you got what you voted for. Haha, Democrats. It was more like, this is terrible. And this is what happens when Democrats mismanage a situation, but nobody gloating over the fact that people were losing their homes.
Yeah, this is the pediatrician that you're talking about. This is what she posted. Her name was Christina. It looks like a first and a last name, although it sounds like a first name just separated. May all visitors, children, and non-MAGA voters and pets be safe and dry. Kirk County MAGA voted to gut FEMA. They deny climate change. May they get what they voted for. Bless their hearts.
Unbelievable.
Hope it was worth it. Hope the post was worth it, Christina.
But
imagine a pediatrician saying that.
Right.
A doctor.
A child doctor as children are dead.
She has been identified because the group that she worked for, and she's a pediatrician in Houston, Dr. Christina Probst. But I think it's called Bluefish Pediatric Group, and they're across Texas.
Mm-hmm.
They confirmed that they fired her.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to be associated with that kind of horrifying post. So it's
unbelievable.
Bluefish Pediatrics. So at first they just said an employee was suspended, and then they just put out a word. The individual is no longer employed here because they were inundated by people across the country.
Right.
So I actually saw it over the weekend, and I thought, this is phony.
This can't be real,
this
right?
Can't be real.
A pediatrician saying that.
My God.
That's what happens.
It's just
like I'm all for free speech. I'm not in favor of cancel culture. But when you work for a big company or a big corporation, you put that out there. Look, your free speech doesn't exist with certain companies. And you got whacked, and it's just a vile thing to say, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know
it's awful.
I know on your cut sheet, there are others who were saying,
I've got a whole list of Texas
like
TDS patients.
So we started with it yesterday morning, and that list, unfortunately, they represent the worst of all of us.
Yeah.
But this one, I think, takes the cake in the sense that this woman is a pediatrician,
right?
And even her employer just said, "Hey, we fired her." Horrific, and good for them to quickly and swiftly do that, by the way.
Yeah.
So we have that one going on. We're also headlining, and I know we'll get to it, the fact that the accused gunman was killed after opening fire at the Border Patrol facility there in Texas. And the attack, as DHS is reporting, that assaults on immigration enforcement officers, ICE officers, those types of attacks are up by 500%. That's one of the reports we're hearing.
Yep.
Not just, we've seen the attacks on law enforcement in general rising across the country, especially after the defund the police movement, but in particular with ICE.
Yep.
And I know we'll get to it as far as a prominent mayor in California is even showed up at an event. So our elected officials, Democrats, encouraging.
Yeah, spewing rhetoric, which leads to violence against people that are just doing their jobs.
My God. So we have all of this happening for you. And I didn't give our Philadelphia Phillies, but our Phillies did lose to the Giants 3-1. So we have that loss as we look to what is predicted to be a very hot day in Philadelphia. So be safe. Maybe you want to stay inside your kitchen. That brings me to Kitchen Magic. Kitchens, proudly American-made, family-owned. They're local and tariff-proof. So your dream kitchen, well, it won't get hit with any hidden costs. You can get 24 months, same as cash financing. kitchenmagic.com. What are you waiting for? Get the magic in your kitchen, kitchenmagic.com. Thank you for sponsoring this edition, Kayal and Company News Live. It's a hot one with rain on the way, Nick.
That's right, Dawn, and we've got storms coming, and that's all brought to you by mtrule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's mtruhl.com. Cut sheet just over 20 minutes away. Coming up next, could a summer blockbuster already be derailed by politics? Back after this.
You know, summertime, it's here, and keeping your home cool and efficient is obviously paramount, especially in this heat of 95 plus degrees today. It's going to feel like it's well over 100. And that's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit all summer ready. Take my advice. If you haven't done so already, and I hope you have, get your AC unit serviced this summer by my guys. And if Marvin E. Cans feels your unit needs to get replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price. They're going to install, hopefully, a high-efficiency Trane AC unit. That's Trane, T-R-A-N-E. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Visit marvinecans.com, K-A-N-Z-E.com. Marvin E. Cans, my guys. Tell them Dawn sent you.
And the reality is they don't make furniture like they used to. Hey, it's Nick Kayal here, and if you're tired of cheap, mass-produced junk, let me tell you about our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive Hatfield showroom has over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture. We're talking about brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon, the kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices, no matter your style. Classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you're going to find stunning pieces that fit today's homes. Whether you're furnishing your living or your dining room, your home office, or even that man cave, Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. Every piece has a QR code which displays details instantly, and their expert staff is the best in the business. And here's a pro tip for you. Check out their website and call ahead. They'll have the pieces you want ready to show you that day. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit. See if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Do you know about the true crimes that inspired a Bruce Springsteen album? Or the murders AC/DC was blamed for? How about Taylor Swift's Violent Stalkers? Or the suspicious deaths of Brittany Murphy and River Phoenix? These stories and more are told in the Disgraceland podcast, hosted by me, Jake Brennan, every Tuesday, where I dive deep into subjects from the dark side of music history and entertainment. So follow and listen to Disgraceland on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Just about 15 minutes away, another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet coming right at you. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Farish is in for Stocker today. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app, also on the iHeartRadio app, and watch the show, as many of you love to do, on YouTube with our beautiful new graphic at the bottom. The blue, the white, the red. They move the time and the temperature from left to right. See, even time and temperature is skewing right these days.
Yeah.
Because it's
Climate
the popular thing to do, right, Sean Farish?
It's climate change.
We even magnified the time and the temperature.
Look at that.
Look at that. All right. This is amazing. I actually didn't realize that we had video of this and audio, but Phil did a great job of turning this around really quickly. So coming up this Friday, July 11th, Superman, the big summer blockbuster, hits the big screens. It's starring David Corenswet. If I butcher these names, it's because I have no idea who any of these people are. He is playing Superman. Rachel Brosnahan, I actually remember. That name I do know. She's playing Lois Lane. Nicholas Hoult is Lex Luthor. Maria Gabriella De Faria is the engineer. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Is that like the Dave Scalish of Superman? I have no idea. Nathan Fillion is Green Lantern. Jimmy Olsen is played by Skylar Gisondo, and Isabella Merced plays Hawk Girl. I don't know. Is that like the Batgirl? I'm a big Batman fan. I haven't really liked any of the Supermans over the last 25 or 30 years. The last time I watched Superman was the 90s TV series with Dean Cain, who plays the Man of Steel, and Terry Hatcher played Lois Lane. Dean Cain, by the way, ardent conservative, huge Trump supporter. You've probably seen him over the last year during the election doing hits on Fox News and things like that. He was really good in that series. But I haven't really watched the Superman movie since Christopher Reeves played the original first two. And we know he fell off a horse and he broke his neck or whatever and ultimately ended up dying years later. But now, this is the thing that drives me nuts. I can't even get the chance to watch Superman because James Gunn, I believe the director and producer, has decided to politicize this. Courtesy of Variety, I'll just give you a little backdrop here and then we'll play you the clip. In his Sunday profile with the Times of London, the DC Studios head went deep on the themes and the ideas that drive his highly anticipated Superman. He explained that the superhero epic encompasses the story of America and at a basic level is about a man searching for a better life from his original home. He acknowledged that the movie's themes may be interpreted differently across political groups and added he doesn't care if anybody takes offense. He goes on to say, screw you if you don't like the politics about this. He says, yes, it is about politics, but on another level, it's about morality and immigration. Phil, let's roll this. This is K3, James Gunn, speaking on behalf of Warner Brothers movies. Watch this.
Your boss, your brother, talked about Superman being an immigrant. And now MAGA is already upset that he's called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your reaction.
My reaction to that is that it is exactly what the movie is about, I think. That, we support our people, We love our immigrants. Yes, Superman is an immigrant. And yes, the people that we support in this country are immigrants. And if you don't like that, then you're not American. People who say no to immigrants are against the American way. They're against what the American dream is all about.
Truth, justice, and the American way.
So that is courtesy of Variety doing that interview. So in case you didn't realize, Superman, it's actually not about Krypton, the planet, Kryptonite, the weakness for Superman. It's not about Lex Luthor, the villain, Lois Lane from the Daily Planet, Clark Kent, the reporter, his alter ego, Superman. It is about immigration. And if you don't like it, you're not American. And how about do we have to say MAGA for everything? So basically what we need is Dean Cain to come back and wipe this moron out. And then have Tom Homan and Kristi Noem come in, detain this bozo, and ship him out as well. Sean Ferris, I just want once in my life, for something not to be ruined by politics. And I don't care which way it is. I don't want right-wing politics in my entertainment. I don't want left-wing politics in my entertainment. I think now more than ever, and I know you guys consume things beyond politics as well, we just want apolitical entertainment and apolitical sports. Just do what you're supposed to do. If we want the politics, we know where to go. We can find it.
Yeah.
I don't need it coming from the director of Superman, who basically told me, I don't want your money if you don't like the theme of this movie.
Yeah, whoever that was, I don't even, was it James Gunn?
James Gunn. I've never heard of James Gunn.
James Gunn. Me either, And the last time I said I never heard of a person in Hollywood, I got yelled at because it was Val Kilmer. I do not know who he is. I don't care about Hollywood. As a matter of fact, I hate like 99% of them, like everyone except Mel Gibson. But anyway, I look at the pushing of politics, whether, like you said, whether it's Hollywood, like music is the one thing I can kind of get behind because there's, music tends to be No matter who you listen to, I mean, unless you're like country music, just singing about drinking. But even like Bob Marley had political undertones to his music, so I'll give musicians a pass. But when we go to like movies, things like Superman, right, which is just a comic, there's no reason for that to be spun into some sort of political narrative, and yet immigrant. Like, I just never thought in my life that I would hear somebody say, well, Superman's an immigrant. Would you have deported him too? He's not a real guy. I mean, you can't deport
it's a fictitious character.
But you guys, it's not even correct. He was adopted.
Right.
He was flown, by his like alien parents from another planet.
Correct.
If you see the story,
the original one from the 70s.
It was hailed as the greatest adoption story. Everybody, and when I was a kid, everybody who was adopted especially loved the story because it was a really positive story, right? He was adopted by the Kent family. They were Kansas farmers.
Yep.
And it was this wonderful adoption story.
That's right.
So if you are legally adopted by an American family, by American citizens, you are not an illegal immigrant.
Yep.
So what's up with that?
It's just unbelievable. I mean, I jotted this down during the break. So Disney has jammed politics down and I look at this from the perspective of being an adult who grew up liking Superman as a kid, right? There was times where I'd put the bath towel down the back of my t-shirt and try to jump off the couch and fly, and it didn't really work too well, so I'd fall on the floor and hurt myself. But Disney has gone political. DC Studios, Warner Brothers, Marvel Comics, Hollywood, sports on ESPN, ESPN sportscasters, academia, and you said you kind of give it a pass a little bit, Sean, with music. It was just 2 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks before we took vacation last week. Imagine Dragons was performing, and they brought out the Palestinian flag. And we're waving I want to go see the Imagine Dragons play their big album from 2017. And I've got to see the Palestinian flag waving in Los Angeles. Can we?
Yeah, I give music
no
a pass. I give music a pass only because it's like Yankee Doodle Dandy was a political song, right? That made fun of the Continental Army, right? So like music to me gets a pass. Green Day, and I love The Offspring. I've been listening to them lately. This is what I don't like. Look, I know what they did to the drummer with the vaccine in 2021 was disgusting. But do I have to hear when I post, hey, I'm listening to The Offspring, do I have to hear the internet Karens? You know what they did to the drummer, right? I was like, shut the front door. I like their music, right? And this is the thing, right? Like this is my problem. It's not just the people like Disney. It's the cancel culture people who are like, I don't like cancel culture, but I'll cancel you for saying you like somebody for their product, even though they have different political views.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
The same thing. Nick, I watch the NFL. You watch the NFL, and I'm sure every time you talk about NFL football, it's, well, don't you know they're woke? Well, yes, I don't like the kneeling. I don't like the Black National Anthem, but I love football, and that's the highest level football is played. Therefore, I'm going to watch it. I watch these sports for and listen to music for the music that they put out, the product that they put out. And not for nothing, but I've been quoting the Offspring's songs from Americana and Smash, okay? So that's way before they went woke.
Yep.
That's when they were on the right side of the issues.
Yep, I agree. And then, of course, you mentioned sports. I wanted to just mention this story. You talk about the cancel culture and, well, you can say this, but I can't say that. ESPN launched a new show last week, an all-women's sports talk show called Vibe Check. And it's hosted by Elle Duncan, and she had a guest on named Robin Roberts, who I believe Robin Roberts is a longtime Good Morning America anchor. She went through cancer or whatever, and they spent a portion of I'm not sure if it's a 30-minute TV show or 60 minutes, but either way, they brought up the fact that First Lady Michelle Obama, they were talking about how popular she is. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, we played some of her clips on the cut sheet. Her podcast with her brother was an epic bomb, epic failure. And not that I would turn on ESPN for anything other than games, because I can't take any more of the political commentary on a sports network, but you launch an all-female show and they're spending a segment on Michelle Obama, right? This is what I'm talking about with all of these institutions. I mean, think about this. I want to go spend money on Superman Friday night. Probably going to cost me 17. I don't know what's a ticket these days. A QR code, whatever you call them.
If you're lucky.
Movie pass. $18, $20. Then of course, drinks, pot. So if I were to take my daughters and my wife, it's $100 night in all likelihood, right? And I've got the producer of the movie telling me if MAGA doesn't like it, too bad. Good. The last time I checked, Republicans like action movies and superheroes as well. I hope that movie tanks. I hope it bombs.
Me too. I hope it.
I'm sick of these people.
I hope it has one of the worst weekends at the box office in history.
So what are you saying, Nick? You hope it's going to be worse than Superman 3?
I want it to be worse than Snow White with Rachel Zegler.
Ouch.
I want it to not. I want it to be like a $14 million opening weekend number.
By the way, while we're talking about immigrants in fiction movies, Coruscant would have been well within their right, much better off if they had deported Anakin Skywalker before the whole Vader thing happened.
So you want it to be
James Gunn.
You want it to be worse than Attack of the Clones. That's your whole take. You want it to be worse than Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
See, I don't do Star Wars.
Well, that's nobody's perfect, but I'll tell you what, that's one of those Star Wars movies we don't talk about. Yeah. But you know what's even better? The Disney Star Wars makes Attack of the Clones look like the best movie ever made.
Is that right?
That's the real problem.
All right. Well, the day I've always been a bigger Batman than Superman fan. The day Batman gets political, I'm officially out on the Cape Crusader. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to a Tuesday edition of What is on the Cut Sheet, and there is plenty. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of our 4th of July mega sale. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assure guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price, and there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course, we do it all, including delivery and installation.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG. Regularly $55.36 for only $27.98.88 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
Accumulating a nest egg is a mountainous climb, and along the way, you've had to traverse the dangerous terrain of recessions and weather storms of market volatility. As you approach or stand atop the summit of your accumulation years, known as retirement, it's crucial to reflect on that journey and build a financial plan that ensures that you're never forced to descend. This week's report highlights Phil Canella's famous look-back principle, which allows you to learn from the past so you can make more informed decisions for your future. If we look back at the markets from 2000 to 2002, the S&P 500 lost 46%, wiping out over $5 trillion. It rebounded by 2007, only to collapse again, down 53% from October 2007 to February 2009. It wasn't until 2013 that the markets recovered, but most investors weren't made whole until 2016, when you account for the market fees paid along the way. But investors sacrificed a greater commodity, their time. Imagine where you'd be if you earned even just 4 to 6% annually during that time. Now fast forward to February of this year, the S&P hit a record high, and by April it had dropped nearly 19%, triggered by global unrest and trade war threats, both of which still linger today. With the markets on the rebound, it's time to look back at how close you may have come to downgrading your lifestyle. And remember the cardinal rule of investing. Buy low, but you sell high. By exercising the look-back principle now, you'll be better prepared to seek safe alternatives to the market that protects consumers' principal and credits interest. This will guarantee you a retirement firmly at the mountain summit where it belongs.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.748 Kayal and Company. It is a Tuesday morning. Sean Farish with us from Tennessee. He'll be back in again on Thursday and Friday. We will have Tony Bruno from Florida tomorrow. We like our Southeast red state contributors. It's kind of a vibe. It's kind of a theme. And it works. And most of them grew up in the Northeast. Bruno, obviously, South Philadelphia. Sean Farish, Long Island. And now his home city is on the verge of being a socialist city. By the way, dude, how about your boy Mamdani playing identity politics? He filled out that application for Columbia. He said he was Asian and African American.
Oh, I love it. Don't you love it? You know, did nobody learn from Pocahontas? Right? Look at her. We got her to fail a DNA test. That's impossible, but she failed a DNA test. Yeah, I you know what? And it's crazy. Mamdani, people are saying Sliwa, Adams, Cuomo. Zoran Mamdani is he's going to win that election going away, and things still won't get better in New York.
Nope.
They just won't.
Nope.
It's going to take a very long time.
They deserve garbage strikes and mass shootings just like we have in Philadelphia. That's what you get. keep voting for it. All right, 7:49. Let's find out what we have lined up for another edition of What's on That Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
All right, what's on the cut sheet on this? As Greg Stockton would say, Tuesday. Jimmy Kelly, is there a sponsor for this, by the way? Do I need to read anything?
I believe it may be Wawa. Dawn, you have Wawa, right? You have the Wawa copy there that I gave you?
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches for a limited time. Wawa's mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of sandwiches and savings. Gotta have a Wawa. Thank you, Wawa. Saving me money with boys who are eating me out of house and home. So those $6, those hoagies are huge. Quesadillas, too.
Yeah.
By the way, I got to give a shout out to Phil Almquist. Friday when we were here, he walked in today. I'm going to Wawa. Can I get you anything? He brought me back a bacon and egg burrito. Thing was delicious.
Yeah.
Thanks, Phil, by the way. Appreciate
Bacon and
that.
egg burrito. That's good for you.
He's celebrating his ratings.
Especially when you got to be on the board. You can't use the facilities for a while.
Yeah.
Bacon, egg burrito. How'd that settle for you, Jimbo?
Everything was fine.
Yeah.
No total incidents. No
plumbing issues.
No plumbing issues.
Knock wood.
Dawn, how much do you spend a month on Wawa for the boys? My daughters, because they were in the South for so long, they got used to all the different, knockoff Wawas, and now they're at the point where, can we stop at Wawa for this, that, and the other thing? And I'm like, you do realize that it adds up, girls, right? Which, by the way, my wife has like the Wawa scan bonus card thing.
Oh, yeah.
The rewards.
Has anybody had Wawa pizza yet?
Yes, it's delicious.
It's good. It
Really?
is.
Actually
yeah.
good.
Wawa has pizza now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've never had pizza from them.
I love Wawa. Yeah, but I'll tell you what, that's something doesn't sit right with me. Sandwiches are good.
As a New Yorker, I get what you're saying, but I'll put it this way: you could do a lot worse than Wawa. I've had far worse pizza than Wawa.
7-Eleven pizza.
Oh my God, the worst. Now that will affect your plumbing big time. Yeah, exactly. But there used to be a Wawa that was right near our old studios at Third Market, and every Sunday morning when I was working early, I would always make it a point to stop there and get a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
It was always good.
There you go. All right. I'm going to go back to and get Sean's thoughts on this. This happened over the weekend. We talked a lot about this yesterday. Elon Musk and a third party, the America Party. I call it MAGA plus climate change is basically what it is. And I don't think it's going to last because Mark Cuban's stench is all over it already. But this is clip A03, Phil. And this is our boy CNN's Harry Enton giving us some of the polling data out there because apparently America, a third party. It's really weird, by the way. Just a little commentary here. I always hear, well, third party. There's like a third of the country that wants a third party. And it never happens. It never will happen. Right. And the polling shows it's not a popular thing, despite what everybody claims and chirps about. Clip A03, Phil. This is Harry Enton from CNN.
Yeah, this entire thing makes very little sense to me. It makes about as much sense as selling sand in the desert. What are we talking about here? What is the size of Elon Musk's base? Well, I calculate it to be about 4%, just 4%, 4% of all voters. What is that base made up of? Well, it's those who view Elon Musk favorably and the GOP unfavorably. We're talking just about 4% of all voters out there because it turns out most of the people who like Elon Musk already like the GOP already. That is, they already have a party for him. In my mind, there is just no base for Elon Musk's third party in the electorate, at least initially speaking.
All right. When we talk about third parties at the presidential level, the candidate who most recently had the most success in terms of getting the most votes was Ross Perot. So how does Elon Musk compare to Ross Perot?
Yeah, we'll go all the way back in the time machine to 1992. And we will note Americans with an unfavorable view, i.e., essentially that Musk starts off with far more against him than Ross Perot ever did. Americans with an unfavorable view of Ross Perot was only 14% back in 1992. Now, the vast majority of Americans are already against Elon Musk, 58%. So what we're essentially saying here is that Elon Musk is going to go into an electorate that already dislikes him, is already against him, while there were far more people who are open to the idea of a Ross Perot third party or independent candidacy as compared to an Elon Musk third party in which the vast majority of Americans have already sided against the man from Tesla.
All right, let's stop it right there with CNN's Harry. All right, let's kill it right there. This goes back to what I said yesterday, Sean. I said there's no market for Elon Musk with a third party. Everybody kept tweeting over the weekend, oh my God, he's going to take away from MAGA and hand the Democrats the election on a silver platter. That is not the case. And by the way, have we forgotten about all the lefties out there that vandalized Teslas and firebombed dealerships? Elon Musk, I think right now, he doesn't have a political home. He's burned 2 bridges.
Well, I think it's Elon, if anybody, who has forgotten about what the left did to his business, right? Tim Walz telling people to tank the stock, dealerships being firebombed. I get, being upset with spending, and that's fine. The problem I have with Elon when he criticizes spending is that all he says is spending. He never says what spending he doesn't like. He just says spending. So, a little bit being a little more specific may help his cause. The third party thing is a waste of time. I think it's an Elon Musk vanity project, and hopefully that's all it becomes, because if he is serious about it, even 4% could do a lot of damage. So I would really, really hope that we see this thing go by the wayside. I think it's a waste of time. His money would be far more better spent and more efficiently spent if he would just focus on primarying the bad Republican candidates or mounting challenges that way within the GOP. You know, one of the reasons why Elon Musk bought Twitter instead of starting his own social media platform is because Twitter already had the infrastructure, right? It had the servers, it had the offices, it had the staff, even though some of the staff was, pretty lousy. And it had the users, right? The existing Republican Party has the offices, has the committee, has ballot access in all 50 states. And by the way, has a massive base across the country of registered voters. You don't have to get this thing going from the ground up. So why would you start a third party instead of maybe just running candidates that you can fund and better align with your ideas? This, for someone who wants to focus on efficiency, he sure is taking the least efficient approach with this scenario. And it bothers me because it gets people talking. Now you got all these people, crapping all over Trump, and that's fine if you want to criticize him, but you got people running their mouths and, the Republican Party, this, that. We just made a deal. And the big, beautiful bill is not perfect, but the House Republicans did something they'd never done before. They didn't consult or pander to Democrats to make this deal. Mm-hmm. Why can't we celebrate this as, I'm not saying the spending levels are great. No, but I don't think anybody is, right? But we made a deal. We got legislation passed without consulting with and pandering to Democrats and caving to Democrats. We never do this. Take the win and improve things down the road. And, Elon he went off the deep end again, and here we are, right? Now he's talking about a third party, which could have disastrous results.
I'm looking at FEC.gov just to look up, and you can look at, it's amazing when you pull up FEC.gov, all the data, all of his donations to all of the different candidates and the Trump's PACs and that sort of thing. But he still has not, I don't see this, that he has officially filed with the FEC, which he would have to do.
Yeah.
I don't see that filing. So what is his real motive?
Right. You think this is you said yesterday, a public negotiation?
Yep, he's just negotiating. And so
that's what it looks like.
I just think that's what this is. And I think Trump gets that. And
do you think Trump's ever going to give him what he wants? I mean, I can't see that. I mean, we're talking about, things that Trump doesn't ideologically believe in. And obviously the industries that, Elon is in, specifically with electric vehicles. I mean, Trump's against the whole green new energy and the whole scam and the whole nonsense with that. So I feel like we're at an inflection point where Trump's not going to give. He probably never was going to. He probably never told Elon, I'll consider it. And Elon, to me, and I know, Don, you have been more, I guess, I don't know if forgiving is the right word. Elon, to me, just looks like a brat right now. He's not used to being told no.
I don't think he's a brat. I think you have to just look to people's motives, whether you're, investigating or reporting on a crime or whether you're reporting on politics. And I think Elon Musk is pretty consistent, whether he was supporting Obama back in the day because he believed that the Democrats were the party that actually cared about the environment. And I think that's the bottom line is he wants to accelerate, the idea that we can go to sustainable energy, which Trump has said, hey, Trump is for clean air and clean water, but you have to do it right. You can't just say, oh, tomorrow we're going to do this because right now it's not sustainable. Mm-hmm. And in fact, how many times I've interviewed so many people who, by the way, are environmentalists, and they were darlings of the so-called liberal media until they spoke out against what was happening right here with the big turbines being pounded into the ocean floor and wreaking havoc because of they're not sustainable. They're expensive. They're going to rust. They're going to break down. And all of these environmentalists started saying, guys, this has never been tested. This is not a good idea. All of a sudden they were pariahs, right? And they were canceled and blackballed. So I think we've seen Elon Musk realize that even in Joe Biden's unfortunately named, that this stupid big bill that, by the way, our local representative Fitzpatrick voted for and now voted against twice.
Oh, jeez.
Don't even get me started on that whole thing. But the truth is, even a lot of Democrats were very upset with Biden's bill that if you read into it, page 1,000 and something, it talked about the fact that before you would ever pound in more of those wind turbines, you had to open up more oil exploration in the Gulf of America.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So all of this, look to the money, look to the motivation.
Right.
Elon Musk, he just wants sustainable energy. That's what I believe.
Sean, let me ask you this. What do you think? Let's go back to when Elon went dark MAGA and joined the dark side and left the Democrat. Remember, because this is a guy who voted for Joe Biden in 2020, and he's been public about it.
And he was adorable when he said dark MAGA on the stage.
And he's jumping up and down on stage like Mike Myers and SNL.
Yeah.
So what do you think the motive is? Because, yes, he bought X 3 years ago. He believes in free speech. Cool. He believes in free speech. He's against he loves to call it the woke mind virus. That's great. That's 5% of the MAGA platform. Do you think that he was a fraud by joining Trump because he was using that opportunity for his own businesses? Or do you really think he is on board with 80-90% of Trump's agenda?
I don't think he was a fraud. I'll be honest. I don't think he was a fraud. I don't think this is a traitor or anything like that. I think he has his differences with Trump, and he always has, right? I mean, even when the 2024 primary started, he was with DeSantis for a little while. Elon and Trump, these are two alphas, right? That they don't want to share the ball. Right. And Elon he wants to be on the limelight. You know, you look at some of the back end stuff on X, and of course he owns the platform, but he's got like 100% boost on the algorithm. Right. So his account is always front and center. He's the owner. I get it. It's fine. But
this
brilliant. Is like a complex. You know, he's a smart dude with business. OK. He's not cut out for politics. And I think this is what it is. Yep. Right. I don't think he's necessarily a fraud. I think he is not cut out for politics. I think this is a guy who a year ago or so really jumped out on the political scene shortly after Donald Trump was shot and, fully embraced MAGA because it was the thing to do. And he didn't even make it 12 months without caving to some sort of pressure, whether it was Tesla. This is a guy who you can equate to a football player who can't take the hits. He just can't stay healthy, right? The guy just keeps getting pounded, cracks under the pressure. And in this game, in the political game, it's just not for him. This is not his game. You want to talk about people come in there and they make the false equivalence. Well, he could send a rocket to outer space. He could definitely launch a political party. This is two different things, okay? Two very different worlds. So I would say I don't think he was a fraud when he came around. I think he genuinely wanted to support Trump. Obviously, he wasn't about what the Democrats and Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, et cetera, were pushing. At the same time, he was never 100% on board. There were the differences. Those differences boiled over. I don't know if this is about EV mandates. I have no idea if that's actually what this is about, or if it's spending, or if it's something in the middle. I just think he's cracked under the pressure, and this is just not his forte, and it's showing.
Well, he is the guy with the biggest bank account. I mean, wealthiest.
He's got more resources than anybody, right?
So that's his power. And I think part of it, he's saying, hey, you can't just slough me off. I'm here and I'm staying here. So give me some respect and let's have this conversation. So I think that's part of this. He has Trump's attention.
All right, let's go to A04, Phil. And speaking of resources, and I believe, Sean, you mentioned Ron DeSantis. Here's the Florida governor, Mr. Mustard himself, calling on Elon Musk to put his resources towards a balanced budget and term limits for Congress. Let's roll this.
What he's done. The problem is when you do another party, especially if you're running on some of the issues that he talks about, that would end up, if he funds Senate candidates and House candidates in competitive races, that would likely end up meaning the Democrats would win all the competitive Senate and House races. And so, look, I'm a Republican. I don't want to see that happen. I think if you want to, get involved and hold accountable, we do have a problem in the Republican Party with these D.C. congressmen. They always run saying there's out of control spending and they're going to spend less, and they never do it. And so there's a gap between the campaign rhetoric and then the performance. Elon was doing Doge, and a lot of Congress didn't want anything to do with actually adopting the Doge cuts, just like they haven't wanted to adopt the Trump executive orders on immigration and all these other things, which I think you have to adopt in law if you want them to have staying power. So I think there is a lot of frustration with the gap between the rhetoric in their district and the performance once they get into D.C. But the way you do that is expose that in a primary and show that there's another way forward. Honestly, if you're concerned about the debt, I wouldn't even worry about that, because I don't think just electing a few better people is going to change the trajectory. We need the incentives in Washington are going to lead to these outcomes, really regardless of the outcome of elections at this point. So you need to do a balanced budget amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and you can do that through the states. You can do it through Article 5. We've got 28 states that have approved this. There's another 4 or 5 that are on the docket. Once you hit 34, then you write an amendment, and then the states are able to ratify that. You need 3/4. If Elon wanted to weigh in on that and work on those state legislatures, he would have a monumental impact on doing this. And we also need term limits for members of Congress. And so you can do both of those things.
Yep. All right, we can kill it right there. I don't disagree with a single word DeSantis said. He's really been on point for the last couple of weeks, and who doesn't want to see term limits at this point? I mean, my God almighty. And could you imagine, just from the Doge perspective, if every state had a Doge department and we could just, it shouldn't be that difficult if you're willing to actually say, you know what, I care about the future of our states, the future of our country, leaving it in a better place than we found it, my kids to be in a good spot, my grandkids to be in a good spot. This reckless spending and kicking the can down the road and raising debt ceilings and then spending more and more money. It's just, at some point it's going to, and look, we've lived it, the last couple of years. Look at the economy. This is not sustainable. Is there anybody that disagrees that Ron DeSantis would be maybe the most fiscally responsible president in the United States of all the options out there right now? Sign me up for his fiscal responsibility in a heartbeat. The rest of it we could debate.
Well, that's why, if you look at this, isn't this Governor DeSantis wise to he's not slamming Elon. He's saying, well, if Elon did this, so Elon, come and support me. I'm coming to your side. This is a smart political move on DeSantis's part to plant these seeds, but he's also not alienating Elon. He's right. He's not saying anything negative or nasty. He's just saying, yeah, Elon has got the power. I wish he would focus his power over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, collaboration's the key, right, Sean? He and Trump, he got Alligator Alcatraz up and running in 9 days.
Yep. And he's also, while he's not alienating Elon, he's also not alienating Trump, right? Where he kind of basically told him, he said in that speech, basically, Elon should not be focusing on federal things, essentially leave Trump alone, stop doing this over that. The third party could have disastrous consequences. Let's work on electing better individuals, and then pivoted completely to what is a legitimate issue, right? Term limits is something that I think the majority of the country right now, if you were to poll the whole country scientifically and, make sure that it's only American voters, et cetera, that are answering this poll, I think that's an 80-20 issue. I really do. I think Americans are tired of seeing, people rotting into the ground in Congress like Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein and Jerry Nadler and all of this. And it's not going to solve every problem, and it's not foolproof because, these people could term out and name a successor and essentially have them carry on, but it's still a new person, right? So I think that, obviously term limits would be a great addition. Balanced budget, constitutional amendment. If that does happen, that would be wonderful. I've been saying this for years. I don't know why the government does this, and everybody does this. School districts do it. They always go by last year's number, which is already too much for what they're going to ask for in the next, the following year, right? So I think putting a balanced budget amendment, making that a requirement that you can't spend or project that you're going to spend more or propose to spend more than what you're working with makes sense. Solves a lot of problems. We can get the debt paid off. And from what DeSantis laid out in terms of how Elon can approach it, I think that's logical and it's reasonable. The problem is Elon's not behaving like a logical and reasonable person right now. He's behaving like a 5-year-old who's not getting candy in the supermarket.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the 5-year-old in the supermarket, though, does not own the bank account. So the difference is that he is powerful, he is wealthy, he is brilliant, he does have a following. And I think that's why DeSantis, that was a wise, if you listen to everything he said, what a wise, skillful, orator or politician, however you want to say it, with DeSantis, that he said what he said. And I hope that Trump also takes that kind of tactic. I hope that Republicans take that kind of tactic and express to Elon Musk to say, we will never forget that Elon single-handedly defined Doge and reminded us that every single day I report, how often do I report it right in the news and economic news? Oh, so-and-so private company, this company's doing layoffs, that company's doing layoffs. We do it every single day. And so Elon made it a mainstream practice to say, well, of course we have to have efficiency within government entities. Of course we have to have that. We never had that before.
All right, let's go to the great state of Texas that is dealing with an unthinkable tragedy. I believe the death count now after the flooding is up to 104 or maybe even higher than that.
105.
105.
They just found somebody else.
And it takes a really rotten individual to go on social media and say that this is what you get and root for death because you disagree with somebody's politics. We're going to go through a quartet of these clips, all courtesy of TikTok, where mental health thrives. Let's go to I love this labeling, by the way. This is like reading a serial code. A05A. Eventually, I'm going to say AOC by mistake. A05A. Hopefully, we censor this. A TikToker says that the young girls died in the Texas flood because of racism and because illegals are being deported. Let's roll this genius.
I'm going to say it because y'all scary as and I don't give a damn. Them little girls, them people died because of racism, not politics. Boom, I said it. I don't give a
Cheeks are pierced, by the way.
And I said no. Nope. Because more YT people will have to DIE in order to what CARE. I said what the I said. I don't give a and minds are here with me.
Spelling bee now.
We voted the correct way. You reap what the you sow. Just the night before the flash flood happened, y'all were okay with being stripped away from their families and never seeing them again. People being deported. Y'all were okay with that. Be okay with not finding Sarah Lou. Be okay with not finding Billy. Be okay with never seeing them again. Keep that same energy because I'm here for it.
Oh, you are. All right. That's good. We're good there. We can pause it right there. By the way, have you ever thought about getting both of your cheeks pierced?
No.
No. Painful,
Neither
right?
front nor back.
Well, apparently she only has the two facial cheeks tattooed or pierced. Maybe she's got the keister. So we're basically taking deportations and ICE and trying to tie that in with flooding in Texas, where tragically, and this is the misinformation that I can't stand that just exists on these godforsaken platforms, and they're all guilty of it to some extent. I mean, if I recall the timeline, it was between 4 and 6 a.m. while the children were sleeping, and the water crested at 29 feet, and it happened so quickly that this was not one of these things like in California. And I'm not trying to politicize everything and compare it apples to apples, but they were told in California that they did not have the fire hydrants for the fires, and you had elected leaders the warning signs were there. Yet here in Texas, it seems like there were far less. I don't know what else you could have done. The National Weather Service reportedly did all that they could. So this comparison to me, I don't think it flies here, Sean.
Yeah, I don't look. The National Weather Service. I have my issues with the National Weather Service sometimes, and they dropped the ball once here in Tennessee not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
They did not put a tornado warning on a storm that was a tornado right through where we used to live in Spring Hill. Thankfully, it didn't have disastrous consequences. It was just an EF0 with about 80-mile-an-hour winds, but it was, it was evident on the radar. I was watching. I was like, "Why isn't this thing warned?" And they came out with a post-storm analysis. I said, "Well, that doesn't do anybody any good, right? Because you need to warn people while the storms happen." Chris Martz over on X had a great thread and really good takes on this. He's a recently degreed meteorologist. And proved that the National Weather Service, hours before this whole thing happened, started issuing watches and warnings. Now, I've been in flash flood warnings, and nothing like what happened in Kerr County, Texas, happened to us, right? We got some puddling on the road, standing water on the grass. That being said, we don't live near a river like that. I don't think you can sit there and blame Trump. You can't blame the National Weather Service. It's a tragedy. And I don't think this has anything to do with incompetence or cuts. And I think anybody who's politicizing this whole thing needs to just take a breath and look in the mirror and understand people are dead, children are dead, and blaming, using politics to try and account for why the children are dead is not doing anybody any good, especially when you're throwing out information that isn't true. Right, that National Weather Service cuts, most of which aren't going to be taking effect until 2026, having played a role in this tragedy. It's not true, right? So, and all it does, put yourself in the shoes of that family, and all these families who are experiencing this tragedy right now and having to deal with it, hearing all this crap. I mean, I just couldn't imagine being one of those people.
Yeah,
doing that, not just hearing it, but participating in the politicization of this to score political points, right? Where no such opportunity exists, nor should it be exploited.
Mm-hmm.
And I reported this yesterday that I mean, it's the news media, some of them continue to say this, that they were basically defunded by the federal government and DOJ.
Right.
I reported it yesterday all day. Anybody can look it up. I don't know where they're getting this, because there were about a dozen of those meteorologists, not to mention all the meteorologists who work in the private sector, right, at TV stations and whatnot in that area. So they started on last Thursday giving out the alerts, just like I did yesterday and this morning for our area across Pennsylvania, parts of Pennsylvania, South Jersey, and Delaware. These flood alerts exist for us locally here. It's out there. Everybody has that information. And so for this one, I think part of this is that it was the timing of it as well, that it even though everybody was warned and they know this is a flood zone on the Guadalupe River right there, and they know there are 750 kids sleeping there. And so to me, I think the issue, in all honesty, it's a local issue. And for me as a parent, I have been that parent with my kid at a Boy Scout camp and torrential rain, and I've said, should I go pick him up? There were parents, by the way, who did go pick their kids up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
To me, this is not a federal issue. It's a local issue. And I know now they're implementing this as we speak, that they're going to put in sirens and all of that. But I would say if you run a kids camp and you're on a river that floods, that's called Flood Alley.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Maybe you second guess that, right?
There's no way if I were running that, me, because I'm always on the other side. I'm too,
protective.
I am.
Yeah.
But
you're a mom.
That's
how moms are.
I mean, I'm sure those parents are sick to their stomachs. You can't even imagine their grief, but I'm sure they will blame themselves for the rest, because I know I blame myself for stuff. You know what I mean? Just little stuff.
Right. All right, Phil, let's go down to AO5D. This is another TikToker who says victims of the Texas flood shouldn't get any sympathy because Texans support ICE deporting illegal aliens and wasteful spending. Clip AO5D.
So wait, Texas has been cheering on ICE all across the country, and now y'all want sympathy for a flood?
I know I'm probably
Have you lost your
for
minds?
This, but Camp
No,
Mystic is
I don't feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for the mom that had that 4-year-old ripped from her arms and will have to hear her baby scream in her head for the rest of her life. That's who I feel bad for,
Is that
MAGA.
Bryce Harper?
You guys voted to take this National Weather Service away. You guys voted and cheered on Doe's shutting everything down. I don't care about you
taken away.
I hope you suffer worse than anyone. I hope the parents of these kids regret every day voting for Donald Trump.
Oh
and I don't want to
my
hear we don't
God.
know
All
who they
right.
voted for. It's
That'll
Texas,
do
and
it.
it's a camp.
All right.
Oh, my
Thank you
goodness.
very much, Bryce Harper.
That's evil.
It
Don't
looks
even
just like
say
him.
Bryce would never
Looks
say
just
that.
like him.
Evil.
So, if you live in Texas, think about that. The most notorious border state. You're damn right Texans voted for what they voted for this past November. They were ground zero for the border invasion of the last 4 years with Joe Biden. 10 million. I don't think 10 million is the right number. I think it's 15 or 15 plus. And how many times, what was it, Eagle Pass, Texas, where we would see our buddy Bill Mallusion from Fox News stationed right there at the southern border? I mean, yeah, these people voted for safety and security from all of the worst forms of life coming through into their state. So they don't deserve anything that they're dealing with now from a flooding perspective. You know what the worst part is? I actually think it's sick that you think that way, but then to publicly broadcast it on a platform like TikTok.
It's evil.
It is evil. It's actually, evil's the word on the listing here on the cut sheet. I just didn't read that part.
It is evil. And think of the way he's talking about it as if it's a fact that there's no more National Weather Service in that area. That's just false. Like it is documented. The warnings that were put in place. There was a National Weather Service. Yes. There is a National Weather Service. There's still a National Weather Service, right? It's like when there was what was it? There was that situation in D.C., that plane crash, and everyone said, "Well, Donald Trump took away air traffic control." No, he didn't. That's not what happened there, right? You know, it's the same thing. These people see, and it's, you know, the typical never let a crisis go to waste. But you see this, you hear him talking about this as if he believes this is a cold, hard fact that there is no more National Weather Service in Texas, right? That it's just gone. That Elon Musk and Donald Trump took it away. And that is a just categorically false statement. There's documentation and proof of these warnings, both the watch, 3 hours, and the warning well in advance of the flood. Okay, it happened overnight. The same things have happened here, unfortunately, in Tennessee. Tornadoes come overnight sometimes. People are devastated because they go to sleep. They don't know that it's coming, not keeping an eye out on the weather. I mean, it's not the National Weather Service. It's not, and it's just, what I can't get over is the guy talking about it as if he is sure that there is no NWS operation in that part of Texas anymore, which is just not true. Yep. And nobody, look, TikTok will take a video down if you bully someone and say Rosie O'Donnell's fat, but they'll let that, because it's happened to me, right? But they will leave that up, a categorically false statement, no fact check, nothing, to let people believe that Donald Trump took away a service that could have saved lives when that just didn't happen.
Yeah, you see fact checks way more. You see fact checks way more on X, and everybody tells you that X is where misinformation runs rampant. I can't tell you how many times I see tweets and videos and data where it's been fact checked or community note. TikTok doesn't have that feature. I'm surprised.
It's all automated, and they'll stick something up there that says, you know, experts say blah 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 blah. You know, it's like the fine people hoax, right? When they said Donald Trump called neo-Nazis fine, and all you have to do is watch 2 minutes of Donald Trump speaking to hear him say he condemns the neo-Nazis and white supremacists completely and totally. But that didn't stop CNN, the mainstream media, every social media. It didn't stop anybody from saying with certainty and confidence that Donald Trump called neo-Nazis very fine people when he didn't. Right. Okay. Donald Trump did not take the National Weather Service away in Texas, period. That is false. There's like totally false. But there are people who are pushing that narrative to try and score political points and use the deaths of children to do so. And it's disgusting. It's evil, as Dawn and you said, Nick. It's evil. Mm-hmm. It's just, I could not imagine being that depraved.
Speaking of ICE and the southern border, let's get to T01C, Phil. T01C. Tom Homan was making the media rounds yesterday, and Dawn referenced this earlier, the amounts of attacks on ICE officers and how dramatically increased they have become in the last handful of weeks and months. Here's Tom Homan talking about his fellow colleagues and the violence that they have to endure.
Who were these suspects who were fired, who actually fired the shots and were later arrested? Who were they, Tom?
Look, they're your typical protesters that go from protesters to criminals. The attack on ICE officers, you've covered it many times, is up nearly 700% now. We were talking 500% a couple weeks ago, so it continues. The rhetoric against the men and women of ICE is skyrocketing, especially by members of Congress. We have senators, we have Congress people that compare ICE to the Nazis, compare ICE to racists, and it just continues. So the public thinks, well, if a member of Congress can attack ICE, why can't we? So the rhetoric has to stop, or it's a matter of time for someone to, one of the ICE officers goes down or a criminal goes down. But we already see an officer go down.
To be clear, so these were American citizens? These weren't illegals who opened fire?
No. As far as the investigation, I want to get ahead of the local investigation on this, but they appear to be agitators, people that are protesting ICE operations, damaging ICE property, want to attack ICE officers.
That was Tom Homan on with Bill Hemmer on Fox News yesterday. And this is exactly what it's the same pattern with the police of 5 years ago, demonizing police, defunding police. And now, honestly, at what point, if you're an ICE agent and you're already having to possibly go after very, very, very dangerous criminals with an unbelievable rap sheet, murder, rape, assault, whatever it might be, cartel members, you already have to keep your head on a swivel for going after and detaining these dangerous individuals. And now you might have to fight off and fend off American citizens that are there, who knows, throwing Molotov cocktails, bottles, rocks, trying to prevent your vehicle from getting from point A to point B. It's only a matter of time, Sean, until an ICE agent defends themselves and then kills one of these protesters because they initiated the violence. And then the Democrats will use that as propaganda to weaponize further attacks against law enforcement. You can see it coming a mile away.
Yeah, it's George Floyd 2.0
Correct.
is right around the corner. And they want it.
They
want it.
They're dying
because, of course,
for it. Yes.
The Democrats don't care if one of their supporters dies or if an illegal dies or if an innocent bystander dies. They just, again, just like that guy who we just played with the Texas scenario, they just want to dance all over the body and use the body as a prop, essentially. I thought the Democrats, after January 6th and the propaganda that came out about Brian Sicknick and, you beat police officers, and they said this, again, factually false statement that cops died on January 6th and all this. I thought that attacking law enforcement was a no-no. I thought that was something that they didn't like, even with the Trump pardons. Trump pardoned people who beat police officers, which, by the way, and I still say, and people give me heat for it all the time, I would have rather Donald Trump give a blanket pardon to all nonviolent offenders on January 6th and gone case by case of anybody accused of assaulting cops. I just think that would have been a more appropriate. It would have taken a little longer. The cost of doing business is some of the people who, did those things got out. That's whatever. I didn't want blanket pardons for everybody, but I have no problem saying that. However, would the Democrats make a big deal about Trump and the January 6th pardons and people who attacked cops? Meanwhile, they have no problem with people attacking cops, right? They have no problem with people attacking NYPD. They have no problem with people attacking LAPD. They have no problem with people attacking ICE and FBI agents and CBP. No problem. They egg it on, right? So again, it just shows you what we're dealing with here, though. It shows you the double standard, and I'm just so tired of the hypocrisy. I can't take it. It drives me crazy, and I know that showing that to a liberal and going, don't you see how this is? They're going to go, no, it's different because immigrants are people too. No one's denying that they're people, okay? But they're people who are illegally in the country, right? Someone breaks into your house, that's a person. Are you going to let them stay? I don't think so, right? But they don't get it. They don't want to hear it. And the only way to overcome it is to just flood the zone with the truth. And, I think that's the best option that we have here.
There you go. We'll get into more of the cut sheet. We've got some Caroline Levitt clips on the big, beautiful bill, as well as some other Tom Homan audio that we'll get to as we continue. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Auto and the great folks at Piazza Acura. And they have just been named America's best value luxury brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That's right. That means top performance. That means cutting edge technology and, of course, unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and more for your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura today in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, and shop online anytime at piazzaacura.com for all of their special offers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 8:36 on a Tuesday morning. Just about 30 minutes away from another edition of Fight Club. Because fights equal ratings. I don't even know what we have lined up for the Fight Club today. I can't even tease it. We have so many in the hopper that we've yet to get to. So it could be anything. And of course, on Friday, we will vote. Sean will be with us again on Friday for the Fight of the Week. And we'll see what you decide was the best brawl of them all. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet continues here. We'll get Sean's thoughts here on the Triple B, the big, beautiful bill, the one big, beautiful bill. Here was Caroline Leavitt yesterday, Phil. This is T02B, and we talked a lot about this yesterday in the Big Take and the first hour of the show. All of the massive victories that Trump has been racking up. Some would say the best 2 weeks, maybe the best first 6 months of any president in anybody's lifetime. Here was the White House press secretary going through some of these extraordinary victories.
For the fourth month in a row, jobs numbers beat market expectations with nearly 150,000 good jobs created in the month of June. The American economy has now added nearly 700,000 jobs since January 2025, with American-born workers accounting for all job gains. President Trump drove illegal border crossings to another historic low in the month of June, and Border Patrol once again released 0 illegal aliens into our country. The Supreme Court stopped activist judges from imposing nationwide injunctions and cleared the way for President Trump to carry out his popular and common sense agenda. The University of Pennsylvania agreed to all of the Trump administration's demands and will now keep men out of women's sports. President Trump secured a trade deal with Vietnam, giving the United States total access to their markets. Because of President Trump's unleashing American energy dominance, gas prices are at 4-year lows. And when adjusted for inflation, gas prices are near the lowest levels we've seen in the last 20 years. NATO members agreed to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP, a foreign policy feat long thought impossible until President Trump made it happen. The Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, taking out this imminent national security threat not just to the United States, but to the entire world. The president secured a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, ending the 12-day war. The president brokered a historic peace agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of his decisive diplomatic intervention to prevent a nuclear war between India and Pakistan. Blue-collar wage growth has seen its largest increase in nearly 60 years, and President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis with core inflation at the lowest level since March of 2021. And just about all of that has happened in the last 3 weeks, and I know you all know it because you've been very busy here covering it along with us.
All right, there she is, Caroline Leavitt. You know, most presidents, I think, Sean, would take that as a successful first year. Here's Trump not even 6 months in and then just starts to unload W after W in the 3 weeks leading up to the 4th of July holiday. And when you look at it just from the economic standpoint, you know what I love every single month, and I look forward to this day every single month? CNN, MSNBC, CNBC, all these outlets, Jim Cramer, Axios, Politico. You know what the phrase we always hear is? Oh, better than expected. Better than expected. You know what? Maybe the experts should just be stripped of that expert label moving forward because he continues to outperform market expectations.
Yeah, I love the, and this is something that went back to his first term too, the jobs reports that come out every month. And, you know, more growth and, you know, the jobs exceeded what as you said, better than expected, exceeded expectations, right? I think when you call somebody an expert, that's an insult now versus a compliment. It used to be a compliment. Now it's an insult, especially after COVID. Trust the experts. Experts led us down a bad path, right? So I think next time somebody tells me so-and-so is an expert, I'm going to say, okay, well, then they should have no problem defending their expertise, right? That was my biggest problem with the trust the experts thing. But it was like, you can't question him. Well, why? He's an expert. He should be able to prove it, right? Fauci, if he's an expert, should be able to defend and put his expertise on display. Someone tells me they're an expert baseball player, I'm going to ask them why they're not playing in the MLB, right? Because if you're an expert, you should be doing this at the highest level. You know, and it's the Billy Bean. If he's such a good hitter, how come he doesn't hit good, right? Which could describe about 2/3 of the Texas Rangers lineup, but I digress. The wins that Donald Trump has accumulated have certainly been monumental. I think the big, beautiful bill, could it have been a better bill? Yes. The nuances of it, though, the fact that you had, you know, a room for 3 defections means that there was a higher demand and a lower supply of GOP votes, why every vote cost more. And that's why you had a bloated bill that some people had issues with. But I think in the grand scheme of things, again, Republicans just learned how to ride a bike without the help of Democrats, and they should take that practice, what they just learned, and continue to copy and paste that formula and just start getting legislation passed. Not everything's going to pass, right? Some things are going to need 60 votes, can be tougher. But rescissions packages, you know, some of those, the 12 appropriations bills can pass without those 60 votes. So I'm looking forward to seeing what more can be done, right? Now that Republicans have demonstrated to the world and to themselves that they can do this without Democrats. So we'll see what happens. But it has been a good 6 months for Trump. It
really has been. I'm going to get to... This is interesting. I think it was either Dawn or Sean. One of you mentioned the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass.
Yeah, news.
In the news. So let's go to that. That's a T07C, Phil. Actually, let me start with B first. This is the B-roll footage of joint federal immigration operations currently sweeping through downtown Los Angeles. Let's roll this. You're going to see all of these ICE agents, basically identities concealed and covered up from head to toe, some of them on horseback, some on foot. And you know that California and Los Angeles is providing a ton of resistance, not only to Trump and Linda McMahon and Title IX with men and women's sports, which we'll get to in a moment, but of course with these ICE raids. And now let's roll T07D. This is Karen Bass, who, as we recall, you know, not to politicize a tragedy because, you know, we would never want to do that, but this is the same lady that didn't have fire hydrants operational, and she was, I believe, in Uganda celebrating a presidential nomination when Pacific Palisades burnt to the ground. But here she is putting on a song and dance about the ICE raids, and this was in MacArthur Park. Let's roll this.
Absolutely. As soon as they stop marching troops that disrupt our kids in parks. Yes. And then you know, Pete, I mean, there's conversations that happen in public, and then there's other conversations too. What did you say?
This was not, since you said nobody was arrested, and I didn't determine anybody.
Notice a lady in the back with a COVID mask on.
This was purely like it was reconnaissance.
Tells you all you need to know.
You don't need troops to do that. And by the way, way, how about using undercover folks or drones? They really needed to use all of that military equipment as reconnaissance? Well, I call it a political stunt. If you want to call it a dog and pony show, go right ahead. Same thing.
With this going on for more than a month now, are you starting to feel like you're not even in control of the situation, or is there a feeling of helplessness?
No, I will never feel helpless, and I don't think anybody here feels helpless. That's not in our DNA. We're going to continue fighting.
Summer of resistance. NRC started the summer.
Mayor Bass, he's calling for you to get used to it. What is your...
I'm not going to get used to it. I'm not going to get used to it because last I checked, I was elected to be mayor of the city. That did not include a federal takeover. So either you believe in democracy or you don't.
So first of all, Karen, illegal immigrants did not elect you. Natural citizens of the United States, for the most part, sadly, did elect you. But you know what's amazing to me is these left-wing politicians in these big cities, they have no problems with criminals concealing their face, wearing a COVID mask, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, a hat, a skull cap, whatever, to conceal their identity as they're, robbing people or having shootouts in South Philadelphia. But God forbid an ICE agent cover up his face to protect his identity because he needs to protect his family because you guys have villainized ICE to the point that they're Nazis and they're unnecessary. Yeah, you're right. You know what? It's probably not necessary if you did your job. But the fact that you're a sanctuary city and you just refuse to do the right thing on behalf of your entire jurisdiction, well, this is why we have ICE raids, and this is why we have Tom Homan, thank God.
Yeah, I think if Karen Bass doesn't want ICE operating in her city, perhaps she shouldn't give ICE a reason to come to her city.
Boom.
I think it's that simple,
Boom.
right? I mean, is there a high concentration of illegal aliens hiding out in Los Angeles because you've made it a sanctuary city? Yes. So therefore, wouldn't you expect ICE to wind up in your city because you're harboring the people that ICE is after? Yes. It's that simple. If you don't want them there, don't give them a reason to come there. The reason to come there being you are hiding and harboring the people that they're after. ICE isn't going to show up in that type of numbers in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, because this is not a sanctuary city. Now, they are showing up in pretty big numbers in Nashville because it is a sanctuary city. It's very simple, and she understands that. The problem is she doesn't want ICE there at all and wants the illegals to remain in the city at the detriment of the taxpayer, which should enrage people in Los Angeles, but for some reason doesn't enrage enough people.
Yep. Let me just give you these ICE agent salaries. I just looked this up. This is courtesy of Google. Entry-level agents can expect to start earning $48,371 per year, which basically means you're broke. That's an entry-level GS7. When you get to mid-level GS9 to GS12, salaries can range from $63,000 to $90,000, which is, $63,000, a little bit above the average salary in this country. And then senior specialized agents, GS13 to GS15, top levels, depending on specific location, can earn upwards of $140,000 or more per year. That according to research.com. Don't know how factual those are, but you get a ballpark idea. I mean, $140,000, not a bad salary, but to endure what you have to endure to reach that point. I mean, we talk about shortages, and Dawn, you talk about it. Philadelphia, the city, operating at a major deficit. What, 4 figures, 1,000, 1,200?
Yeah,
short.
We're still you talk to any Philly police officer, they can't wait. They're counting the days where they can put in for their retirement because you give notice.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why we know these numbers are getting worse, not better.
Yeah.
And you have to put people through the proper training, obviously. And so that takes about a year.
Right.
And so think about that, $45,000, you're making about what a beginning sanitation worker makes here in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
And yet our elected officials across the board, state level, look at the national level, it's a disgrace. Flip those salaries.
Oh, yeah.
Get rid of these career politicians, and I'm talking about the state level and nobody elected officials, senators, congress people. Sorry, you're not making 6 figures and then getting in there forever for your career. No,
$170,000, $220,000,
crazy,
unbelievable stock returns.
Yeah,
So and then you get July and August off. And then you get
and December off. Like
and
basically,
December.
I mean, it's ridiculous, you guys.
Yeah.
Flip those numbers and give our law enforcement, and by the way, teachers. We have a teacher shortage. We have a nurses shortage. These are people, especially these cops and law enforcement officers, risking their lives. You've got the mayor of L.A. going out there interfering with an official police action, and she's not arrested.
Right.
This stuff is crazy, but pay these people what they're worth. They should make the six figures, and I'm not talking about with their overtime and the elected lawmakers who, by the way, that whatever they make 100 G's, whether they're at the state level, and like you said, close to 200 grand at the federal level, that's just the beginning. It doesn't even count all the free parking, the free stuff, all the perks.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Healthcare.
Healthcare. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sean, are you fighting against illegals and Democrats for $24 an hour?
I wish. I wish. No, Dawn brought up just phenomenal points. That our congressional leaders, our state leaders are overpaid. Our law enforcement is underpaid. Who has the more important job, right? I mean, could we look if there was no more Congress tomorrow? Is my community less safe? Probably not.
No.
If there was no more police department tomorrow, is my community less safe? Yes. Who should be paid more? Yep. Just off of that alone, pay the cops.
Yeah, I agree.
Fund the police, defund Congress. I'm fine with it.
Amen, brother.
Staying on the ICE topic, let's go to the angry wet hens on The View, shall we? I believe that show comes up. What time is that? 10 o'clock on ABC? I've never watched it.
I call them the bickering bovine, right? These are stupid people.
Well, and they had King Stupid on, Hakeem Jeffries, Dollar Store Obama.
Dollar Store.
Phil, this is clip T16, and Hakeem Jeffries on the cast of The View will not disavow calls to defund ICE, and also goes on to lie and say that U.S. citizens are now being deported, which they're not, but let's roll it.
Now, some Democrats, amid the criticisms of ICE right now due to these ICE raids, have started calling for defunding ICE. Do you think that's effective going into the midterms, and do you support those calls?
Well, I definitely think that we need aggressive oversight as it relates to the overly aggressive behavior that we've seen, from ICE, from the Department of Homeland Security. It's not what the American people actually, in my view, voted for. Donald Trump and Republicans promised to go after violent felons, but instead they're going after law-abiding immigrant families, and in fact, in some cases, deporting American citizens and children, some with cancer.
They have said, there's the tug at the heartstring right there. They have said time and time again they are going to start with the worst of the worst and work their way down. Eventually, you get down to those that are just here illegally, even though they're not doing anything wrong other than being here illegally, which again, we can't negate that. We can't just gloss over that. You broke it. Well, I'm sitting here at TJ Maxx in aisle 4. Sir, they closed an hour ago. You broke and entered. You broke the law. But I didn't steal anything. You're still not supposed to be in here. You have to go home or you're going to jail. That's the way it works. But you ever notice, too, with Hakeem Jeffries, he never answers a question directly. He is a master bloviator of saying nothing but memorized talking points. That's why I call him Dollar Store Obama or Bobo Obama, because he thinks he's Obama, and he's Obama on welfare. He can't even shine Obama's shoes from an orator standpoint. And neither can the other dope, Cory Booker.
You know what I think is fun? Listening to Hakeem Jeffries on The View, where he clearly has a time limit for his answer, versus what happened on the floor of the House when he was like, ICE is wreaking havoc.
Yeah.
He sounded like artificial intelligence.
But artificial intelligence that is like drugged, right? Like this is ChatGPT with a hangover.
That's buffering,
right? So
on dial-up.
It's buffering. Yeah, it's dial-up grok, right? No, it's and listen to him. The tug at the heartstrings and the whole, they said that they were going to go after felons but they're going after law-abiding immigrants. If, Nick, to your point, if you came into the country illegally, you're not a law-abiding immigrant. You broke it. You broke the law when you entered illegally, right? Like, again, if Hakeem Jeffries walked into his house and there was just a dude just chilling on his couch that's not supposed to be in the house, That's not a law-abiding person. That's somebody who broke the law, broke into Hakeem Jeffries' house, and I would expect Hakeem Jeffries to get that guy the hell out of his house.
Oh, of course.
Not be like, oh, you didn't go into my fridge. You could stay. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable, the cognitive dissonance. But that is the 2025 Democrat Party.
It's just, it's so amazing. And then when you look at this is not what Americans voted for with even the Trump vote. No, I gave you the clip yesterday on the cut sheet from Harry Anton on CNN, ABC, CBS News, YouGov, Ipsos, and another one. We had 4 different mainstream media. This wasn't Rasmussen. This was 4 mainstream left-leaning legacy media polls, all anywhere from 55 to 63% that approve of what Donald Trump is doing with deportations of illegal aliens. Again, they're fighting against the grain here, whether it's men and women's sports or 2 genders or illegal aliens and deportations and borders. They are just literally tripling and quadrupling down on what cost them the election. And if anybody was still wondering, wonder what the Democrats are going to look like in the midterms. Wonder what the Democrats are going to pivot to in 2028. They're not pivoting back towards the center. I mean, they're on a one-way flight to socialism and even further left progressive ideologies. That's not changing anytime soon. At least I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. I think I think because of where Trump is, and he's also, the MAGA movement, Trump in general, has essentially occupied a lot of the common sense issues. They have to do they don't just oppose it. They go to the like diametrically opposed position, right? So it's like illegal aliens are bad. They're like, no, not only are illegal aliens like, it's not like, oh, just consider. It's like, no, illegal aliens are great, right? They have to go to the like direct opposite of where Donald Trump is. And if you're, if it's an 80-20 issue, they're not just taking the 20% side. They're going all the way to the far left to be like, well, no, this is where I stand. Look at how dug in I am to this position, right? Illegal aliens, our country is, Superman was an immigrant, right? Like, this is where they are. That's right. That's how far they've come.
All right. Cut sheet will continue. Fight Club in 13 minutes. But first, let's talk about the great first responders, because once again, the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour is fast approaching. We're just 12 days out. That's right. Sunday, July 20th. And there are still tons of options for you. You can ride 65 miles, 30 miles, 10 miles. We'll let you ride any amount of miles you would like from Philly to Atlantic City and be a part of the family-friendly celebration as we conclude the ride at the Showboat Hotel, probably in the early afternoon, unless you finish in 3 hours like Stephanie Mack does. You can even register to ride with me in Team 1210. I'll be back as your captain. Stalker is riding as well. By the way, Stalker was texting me yesterday. He's done like 6 rides while he's on vacation. He's ready to go.
Uh-oh.
Do you want to dust Stalker and prove that he really does suck? Well, sign up now. Whether you're riding or donating just to support the cause, visit ben2shore.org. And when you sign up with the code Nick1210, they will take $25 off your registration. That's ben2shore, SHORE.org. Promo code Nick1210. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a 501c3 that provides immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders and connects cops and kids through non-enforcement positive action.
I have some exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's best value luxury brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. So what does that mean? It means top performance, cutting edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. So from the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Visit them, Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop online, piazzaacura.com, Piazza, piazzaacura.com for all those special offers. Make sure you check out my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. Take advantage of our 24-month, same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
Hey, navigation, take me to turnersvillejeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Weather alerts in the forecast, sponsored by WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Right now, the National Weather Service Forecast Office in our region, Philadelphia, Mount Holly, issuing these weather watches, warnings, alerts right now. A heat advisory because it's going to feel like it's more than 100 degrees today at the Jersey Shore. Small craft advisories as well as rip current alerts. You want to make sure you swim in between those green flags, not those red flag zones. And we have flood watches and warnings and alerts across our region, sponsored by Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Where there's a Wisfis, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service. Thank you, Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, for sponsoring this weather alert.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When the market is unpredictable, Crash-Proof Retirement gives you certainty. In the face of volatility and illiquidity, the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System gives you liquidity, default protection, and value preservation, even amidst government shutdowns, natural disasters, and wars anywhere in the world. All of our over 6,000 Crash-Proof consumers are protected, including Patty Pirantozzi from Lansdale, PA.
I would be happy to show anyone my actual statements. If they had a question about crash-proof retirement and how things work, I'm an open book. What we have done in the past year, 6% is interest that is credited to my account. You can see in black and white how this is my inception amount, this is where I am now, and this is my percentage.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. That's right, Kayal and Company, 9:05. Fourth and final hour underway, live on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Stocker will be back on Monday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. And also, you can now stream us on the free iHeart Radio app. 855-839-1210. Fight Club in 4 minutes. We'll get to a big three from Dawn coming up in about 20. And, of course, Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie clip. We have Rod Stewart tickets to give away again today. Phil Almquist with what occurred today in music history. And then, of course, what's on tap for the Dawn Show. All right, let's continue. We've got a few cuts to get to before Fight Club. Let's get to Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi back in Washington. This is T21i. Phil Almquist. Sounds like an Infiniti or an Acura model. The new T21i hybrid.
Farmer
Courtesy
Nick.
Piazza Acura.
Farmer Nick Kayal. E-I-E-I-O.
E-I-E-I-O. That's right. So let's get to Trump and Bibi talking about the Democrats' new shiny toy, because you know that if Zohran Mamdani is going to become the next mayor of New York, they believe, look, you know, maybe not 2028, but 2032, that this guy's the future. And I would not rule that out as far as the way the Democrats think and try to force things on you. Trump and Bibi say, you know what? He's not a socialist. He's a communist. Roll it.
So this is a question to the Prime Minister. The likely next mayor of New York City is Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist, the local critic of Israel and of yourself, and has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that? Do you have a response to that?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have this is folly, and it's it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what is serious is the question I was asked before. You know, after October 7th, people said the Palestinians had a state, Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up; they built down into bunkers, into terror tunnels. After which they massacred our people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns and our kibbutzim, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state, it'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace with our Palestinian neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us, and we'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands. Now people will say it's not a complete state, it's not a state, it's not that. We don't care. You know, we vow never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
So we'll see you in New York next year?
Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows? We don't know who the mayor's going to be yet.
But this is a communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist. And he said some really bad things about Jewish people. And he said some really bad things about a lot of people. And I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now. But he might make it. But, it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave. Otherwise, he's going to have big problems. But it's a philosophy that this country is not ready for, and it never will be.
Yeah. No, people flee socialist and communist nations to come here, right? New York's one thing. It's never going to happen at the White House. Yeah, if you're Trump, don't you just tell Bibi off the record once you leave? Well, by the way, too, most transparent administration of all time. Water out, you got the butter out, the rolls are on their way, the salt and pepper shakers are out, and we're talking about Zohran Mamdani, right? In front of that whole setting. But if you're Trump, don't you just tell Bibi, look, get arrested. Go ahead, do it. It's great. You get indicted, you get a mugshot, you get arraigned. Next thing you know, you're rolled to re-election and you're untouchable, right? So this whole thing, as far as Mamdani, I don't believe I think he's going to win New York. But I think that's the ceiling. There's nowhere to go from there. And by the way, too, it's a sad state of affairs. And Sean, you're a New Yorker, so I'm going to tee you up for this. I get it. Eric Adams was terrible. Cuomo's a bad alternative. But with all due respect to Curtis Sliwa, a great radio talent, longtime guy at WABC 770 in New York. And I know he's been in the political arena for a long time. Is that really the best Republicans can do? That like a Republican's an afterthought against the socialist? Is this really the best we can do for the party? I don't know that it is.
In New York City, it is.
Really?
And because first of all, the New York City Republican Party is a mess in and of itself, right? There's just not enough people, and it's a lot of people think it's controlled opposition. And Curtis is the only one who wants to give it a go because let's face it, right? Curtis is on the back nine versus being on the front nine, right? Yeah. So he doesn't really have much to lose at this point. Whereas an up and coming, potential Republican House candidate or Senate candidate in New York, or some political hopeful, they're not going to burn years of their career campaigning in New York City when they know it, to what end, right? You're going to lose. You're in this political climate. Nobody who has high hopes for their political future wants to go out there and lose a race for mayor in New York City, right? So Sliwa is the best they can do. I think that's all I got. And, I give Curtis credit here and say, at least he's trying. Because honestly, if he didn't try, I don't know. I don't even know who it would be. I don't even know who they'd be propping up.
Dawn, we haven't had a Republican mayor in Philadelphia since 52, I believe. But New York, as recently as 2007, Michael Bloomberg was a Republican. That's just 18 years ago. It's not like New York's got a 50, 60, 70-year history of Democrat control.
No, but the current breakout of it, the current composition of it makes it very difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think of Rudy Giuliani.
Right.
Who was, and Bloomberg was,
he's Democrat, Republican, now he's an independent. He's all over the place.
Yeah, Bloomberg was registered Republican, but he's, come on.
So was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
But, for my purposes, I would say it's interesting how the media looks at Sliwa and reports for years that he's a kook, that he's a nut. And yet here you have somebody who's a guy who grew up with privilege in Mamdani, right? That he grew up with privilege. What are his credentials at all? And the fact that he's calling for all these changes, and yet, and Mayor Adams said this, he's calling for changes that he could have implemented in the past 4 years as an assemblyman. So what has he been doing? Mm-hmm. What has he done? Right. And why doesn't the media question that over the past 4 years?
Good point. All right, 9:13. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. It's time for another edition on a Tuesday of Fight Club.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Kayal and Company Fight Club is sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you. Visit TriCounty.com.
All right, boys. I do not have a description of the fight. I see it in the hopper. I think this is local. If I'm looking at the overpass here, does anybody know what the hell this is?
I believe this is called Kensington 2.
That's right. No. You're right. This is Kensington. Okay. I forget. Somebody passed this along to us yesterday. It might have been Dan Borowski, so that's my fault. But we have two guys right here in the heart of Kensington. Sean, if you ever come to Philadelphia again, you and I in a police escort will go through Kensington one day and have a good time.
Okay.
We'll bring Dawn. She'll report from the back seat. Mark Fusetti will be strapped, and we'll go through. And apparently a fight breaks out. I hope we have it censored and cursed out and bleeped out all the bad words. If there's any of that, let's roll this fight in Kensington. Local Fight Club Kensington edition. 2x4? What is that?
Holding?
A wooden log?
Is that a 2x4?
2x4? Is that a golf club the other guy had? What is that?
What is that,
Shaped
a shovel?
Like the shovel.
That's a shovel.
Damn! Oh, the shovel to the head. Oh!
Damn!
Yes! Oh, look, the other guy's getting rabbit punched in the back of the skull, the bald guy. Is that Fetterman?
Wow.
Is that John Fetterman? No sweatshirt on. It's too hot out for the hoodie. Look at this. Oh, he threw the shovel.
Chuck the shovel.
Now, is that a metal shovel or like a plastic shovel?
That looks like a plastic.
And here comes the ambulance. And look at this guy. He's hitching a ride on the ambulance. To escape. On his way to Temple, probably.
Gosh. Get me out of here.
Oh, that is the leader in the clubhouse, folks.
Oh, that's definitely within the lead. This is just the way Rocky V should have ended.
With Tommy Morrison.
This guy hitching a ride on the ambulance, getting out. It was like some James Bond stuff.
Yes.
That was pretty cool.
He's very nimble, too. This is a guy that's taken multiple blows to the head, and he hops on an ambulance like he was a garbage man hopping on the back of the garbage truck after a strike.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, let's keep rolling this. We'll play this again. We'll keep the audio down. Yeah, I mean, this is... this guy's fighting...
It looked like a golf club in the beginning.
Sean, this is 1-on-7, 1-on-8. This is like Fetterman and Braddock. Look at this guy.
He must have had a lot to drink.
That is crazy.
Is that Mark Fusetti? He could probably handle himself like that.
He's just eating this. He's eating a shovel.
Uh-huh.
I think it's Philly
He took
Crime
a golf
Update.
club.
Philly Crime Update.
That might not be a golf
yes.
club.
Good God.
Oh, man. I know it's only Tuesday, but I will be stunned if this is defeated by Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. And it's the ambulance that sells it at the end. Look at that. Look at him just hop on. He's got his New Balance running shoes on. He's like, I'm out, buddy.
And this guy is probably talking to the ambulance drivers because they, by all accounts, he genuinely was just saying, "Help me, get me out of here. They're beating me." So there's no question that he's escaping, this beatdown.
Dawn, you know the hospitals. Crazy. Where would he be heading? Penn Presbyterian?
I don't even think I think that he's just saying to the guy, "Help!" You know what I mean? Like they're not pushing him. They're like, "All right, just you're okay."
Yeah.
And just driving him out of the region. Oh my God, that was just posted yesterday with over 70,000 views.
Of course.
God Almighty.
Yeah. By the way, too, when I see the shovel there, and that's like the snow shovel. That's not like the dirt shovel, like when Dawn's digging in her garden, and planting, tomatoes or whatever. You can't do the plastic shovel. The plastic shovel is trash. Even the one with the little metal edge for snow shoveling season, you got to go full metal shovel with the blade on the edge, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't go plastic.
I agree.
That's just, if you're going to use a shovel, you got to go all the way.
Okay. Now, what did we have yesterday? I forget. Yesterday we had Harry, and it was the two grandmothers.
Oh, that's right.
So Monday is the grandma throwdown, and Tuesday
bingo. Was it a bingo war? Were they throwing bingo balls at each other?
You had one chick with grandmother with like a tube top spaghetti strap shirt on.
Oh gosh.
And perhaps either blonde bleached hair like Joy Reid or a wig. And then the other grandma had like aerobic Zumba stretch pants on, and she just took it to the other grandmother.
Why? Where did this start?
I don't know where that took place.
Like the mahjong table? What happened?
They got in a fight about the life alert. Somebody's phone and they can't get up.
You say bingo. My wife loves playing bingo. I don't know what that says about my family. I mean, I'm 41 going on 71. My wife, anytime there's a chance to play bingo at 41 years old, she loves playing bingo.
B47.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, it doesn't require much thought, right?
It's a fun game. There's no strategy. It's just all luck.
Yeah.
You mark the thing.
Yeah, my daughters, we used to play Disney bingo with the DVD where you'd have to guess the movie theme from one of the Disney stuff. And then I always wanted to play Four Corners because you get it over quickly. They wanted to play the cover the whole board. I'm like, we're not playing cover all. It'll take like 2 hours. The full board. No shot.
Full board is too much.
I don't have time for that. Got a lot to do. All right, we'll come back. That is our, so we've got Grandma's on Monday, and we've got the Kensington ambulance shovel incident for Tuesday. And I actually just submitted one that I saw for later this week on social media, which could give it a run for its money, but ultimately it comes down to you guys when we vote Friday on YouTube. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to a big three from Dawn Stensland. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. Associates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.925, it's Kayal and Company. You'll hear on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Sean will be with us again Thursday and Friday. Bruno coming up tomorrow. Also, a big announcement about a recurring Thursday contributor that we will give you coming up on Thursday's show. Before we get to Dawn's Big Three, we'll just give you a little rundown of what we have left to get to. We're going to go back to the cut sheet in just a moment. Gavin Newsom on ICE raids. We'll also update you on California and Title IX. And then, of course, we've got the movies, the music, and the preview for the Dawn Show. But right now, let's get to a Big Three at 9:25 with Dawn Stensland.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Wisvis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. As the mayor says, Mayor of Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker says, hey, Philadelphia, as we have the DC 33 union strike of 9,000 hardworking union members on strike, including our sanitation workers. Trash sites are not a free pass to just dump all your junk and your garbage. As we look to these strike updates, it's nasty, it's stinky, and now the latest word this morning is that it's not only a sight for sore eyes. There are mental health issues. That's a problem because in your neighborhood you don't want this dirty, stanky stuff. And as well, just physical health issues because now you have this garbage, this nastiness, this decomposing, trash, and some of it now animals are getting into the trash bags and it's all spewed all over the streets. It's a very ugly look as DC 33 sets up strike funds to support their workers on the picket lines. You can bring water, you can bring food to the striking workers. They are saying we deserve more money. Please, give us what we deserve and show us the money move. And this number one sponsored by Wisvis. There's a way. Wisvis Bank, WSFS Bank, and Bryn Mawr Trust. Your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. Wisvis, WSFS, we stand for service. Number two is sponsored by Staples. Number two is that we have alerts, some severe alerts with our weather, with the heat. Think about it. So we've got all these striking workers. We've got all this garbage. Tons of garbage on our city streets.
Yeah, what are the optics right now in your neighborhood? What does your neighborhood look like right now? Is it a disaster?
No. Because if you have a little bit more land, if you're in Chestnut Hill where I am, if you're in Mount Airy, if you're in, East Falls, whatever, if you're in a part of the city where you have a little more land where you're not all stacked up on each other, then you probably have a garage.
Right. Oh, can you imagine what the garage must smell like?
Right. So I took the cans outside the garage. So at least it's like in the back of the garage. But if you don't have it, you're in a row home, right? Or you're in a business where you're lined up, what are you going to do with all the trash? So they put it out on the curb. You're not supposed to put it on the curb.
Yeah.
Now we got the heat. And then we have a potential for severe storms. So now you got the rain. So then the rainwater runs it down into the sewers. You got rats. It's nasty. It's ugly, which is, quite frankly, kind of good for the union because I think the city does not want this look.
Mm-hmm.
So we got that going on,
right?
Which is nice.
We actually have. I think Phil is loading it right now. Sean, I want to play you this. so you can get a visual of what the trash looks like in Philadelphia. We played this yesterday on the cut sheet. Phil, start it over again, and let's play the audio as well. Jimmy, if you have to play this audio, play this audio. Start it at the beginning. This is a guy in a Jalen Hurts jersey who's going absolute nuts and throwing trash all over the street. Watch this. Do we have the audio? Oh, the audio.
He's also a business owner, right, Nick?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yo, brother, this is an entire block.
Let me try a third time's the charm. Let's start it from the beginning. It's like we did yesterday. Video and audio, audio and video, they go together like oil and vinegar. Let's try it one more time.
Yo, brother, this is an entire block of garbage. What are your thoughts on what you look at here?
This is our city, man, making it a dump. They can't hold their trash until the trash men go off
I don't know. Now the video's frozen.
Or go to,
I don't know. Abort mission. Abort mission. I should have known better. Abort mission.
Frustration boiling over. It's fair to say.
Yeah, for me.
Right?
Not the trash for me. I wanted to play the video for Sean. Jesus.
Darn it. Can you get it up, Phil Umquist?
There's no pill for that.
Well, it's the heat.
It's
Blame
probably
the
not
heat.
Phil's fault. It's probably the
It's
great
the machine.
the great technology that we have around here. You know, we got Hewlett Packards from 1996 that go faster. Jesus. Hey, you've got mail. Jesus. It's just 2025. Can we get computers that work? Phone screens that work?
Well, you know where it's working? Staples. How many times have they said at Staples? That was easy. Staples, the easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again. For custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos, plus high-quality products.
We've got that sounder, though.
Delivered next day. Go over 98% of the U.S. Staples, that was easy. Well, they're saying that was easy. Sorry to rub it in, Nick.
Ah, jeez. I've never wanted to move to California more than I do right now. I mean, this must be what it's like to live with Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom. That is just unbelievable. Oh, my goodness gracious.
They don't know what the they're doing.
And all of our flash flood watches, warnings. Be careful down the Jersey Shore because we've got heat alerts, heat advisories, and we also have swim advisories with those rip currents very severe at the Jersey Shore. So damaging winds, flash flooding, and the key time and peak the heat index to reach, it's going to feel like 105 degrees today, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group, the Acura Summer of Performance event going on right now. Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, Reading. Visit piazzaacura.com for special lease offers on the all-new ADX, RDX, MDX, a lot of X's, and more. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our all-important weather alerts. That's our big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. So let's go to Gavin Newsom. We'll wrap up with the cut sheet here. I wanted to play this earlier when we were on the ICE subject. So this is Phil T15D, California Governor Gavin Newsom. And this is a guy, you know, what's really interesting is it felt like just 2 months ago that he was trying to position himself slightly more moderate, more liberal, and kind of separate. Remember, he did the Charlie Kirk podcast. He's like, oh, yeah, you know, men against women in sports. It's not fair. It's not right. I totally get that. We'll get to that update in a moment. But here he is slamming federal agents for cracking down on illegal immigration at LA's MacArthur Park. I think this was in conjunction with the clueless mayor, Karen Bass. T15D. Let's roll this.
What a disgrace what's happening in MacArthur Park. What theater? On the 6-month anniversary, after all, of these fires. That's the message from the polluted heart of the President of the United States. The polluted heart of Stephen Miller. Those National Guard men and women that were out there protecting people are now being used as political pawns. Out there on horsebacks running through soccer fields in the middle of the day. Timed around announcements and events like this. Says everything you and I need to know about the state of mind of the President of the United States in this administration. So to those that feel torn asunder by everything that's happened over the course of the last 6 months, notably highlighted and reinforced last 6 weeks and over the course of the last 60 minutes and day like today, I want folks to know we have your back and we'll continue to come back. and do what we can to protect our diverse communities, to protect the spirit that defines the best of this city and our state, and to push back against this cruelty. To push back against this cruelty that is being perpetuated by the President of the United States.
The cruelty, right? The cruelty. I think I just saw a story, speaking of illegal immigrants and ICE and deportations. Did you see that they might actually retry the suspect, actually not even the suspect, the convicted killer of Laken Riley? Did you guys see that story yesterday? Under the grounds of mental health, which is just outrageous. Just if you think about it, if you're Laken Riley's parents and you have to go through that again because some judge all of a sudden decides that there might be a retrial for, I guess, a different defense for the now convicted individual. This is, to me, the bottom line is this. Sanctuary cities, these governors putting up all this resistance. This is all about protecting their investment, right? This is about protecting 15 plus million illegals that came into this country by design while Alejandro Mayorkas was derelict in his duty and not securing the border at the discretion of those calling the shots, because the ultimate goal, and that's why I think it was so glorious, Sean, for Trump to sweep the 7 swing states, because what they want to do, and we gave you the numbers back during the election and in September and October leading up to the November election, all of these people that came into this country since 2021, the overwhelming majority of them, not all of them, but the majority of them were positioned in the 7 swing states. Why? To turn them from purple to blue. And that's why they're going down kicking and screaming, just like people like Gavin Newsom and the city sanctuaries, the sanctuary cities with the mayors like the nut job up in Boston. Michelle, what's her face? Michelle Wu. Yeah. It's just
they're definitely protecting their investment. I think in that case, I didn't hear this that they were doing a retrial, or is that official? Is that definitely happening? Or
he's Jose Ibarra.
That's it.
The convicted killer of Laken Riley. So in this case, the judge. So the lawyers always win, right? As Zioli says. So the lawyers were arguing that in fact Ibarra, because of his state of his poor mental health, actually did not have the ability to make the decision that choosing a judge rather than a jury. So the judge now is allowing.
Yeah, he wants a bench trial.
Well, that's not ruled on though. The good news. I mean,
okay.
But this judge says he can go through the mental eval.
Right, for a shot at a redo on the trial and go from your fate being in the hands of 12 jurors versus just the judge.
Yes.
You talk about a waste of taxpayer dollars and resources for this guy.
They should just fry this guy.
Yeah,
honestly,
give him the same. Honestly, give him the same treatment that Laken Riley got. Just cave his head in.
Yeah,
disgusting.
It's disgusting.
It is sickening.
Firing squad.
And the family though, that poor family.
Yep.
That has to deal with this.
Can you imagine being that mom this morning and reading that headline?
No.
Oh my.
Nope.
Oh my. All right.
The New York Post was the front page was Justice and Madness with Laken Riley's beautiful photo. As the judge, says that he can now go through a mental. The lawyers are filing for an appeal. They're trying to overturn this or get something.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to the final elements of the show. Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip, your chance. Hey, speaking of Zioli and the lawyers always win, Zioli's on television right now. I just looked up.
Oh, my gosh.
And there he is, radio host Rich Zioli.
With his green tie.
No 1210, no WPHT, just radio host. If you didn't know, you would think he plays music on 96.5 in Los Angeles. He's just radio host Rich. Come on, give him the proper crediting. Nice green tie, by the way, as well.
Yeah.
Good look for him. Zioli's lost a lot of weight. He looks good.
He looks good. He looks tan.
I need to find out what his secret is.
Fabulous.
I look like a slob. They wouldn't put me on Fox Soul right now.
Stop.
Jesus.
So there were some ICE raids. They arrested 5 illegals in Philadelphia. So I'm assuming, you know what I mean? He's talking about ICE and the Philadelphia arrests and the national arrests.
There you go. All right, we'll come back. Morning Mystery Movie Clip, your chance to win some Rod Stewart tickets today in music history with Phil Almquist. And, of course, what's on tap for The Dawn Show. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Cans, heating, and air conditioning. Yeah, I just had a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. Our lower level, it has that poor ventilation ductwork. Doesn't really have the ductwork to support this. So this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, it has been such a game changer for us. And my husband and I share an office down there in a studio. So this mini split for that hard to reach area, it's crucial. Just visit my guys at Marvin E. Cans, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You laugh, you teared up.
Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah. Excellent.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040. 800-408-4040.
Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:47 as we get set to wind things down. Appreciate all the tweets today letting us know about the technical issues. We are aware that music is playing over top of us speaking on both the Odyssey app and on YouTube. So the best way to hear the show until it gets fixed is on 1210 WPHT. All right. We've got the Today in Music History coming up momentarily from Phil Almquist, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But right now, Jimmy Kelly, to give away a pair of tickets to see Rod Stewart, you have to be able to identify this Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Did it ever occur to you that it's against the law to recruit from worlds outside the Star League?
Earth's in danger too, isn't it? And no, I did not use the Excalibur test.
It was called a video game. But what's all the brouhaha? After all, he does have the gift.
Return the money, Centauri.
Return the money? Are you delirious? You know how long it took to invent the games, to merchandise them, to get them into the stores by Christmas?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of lawn tickets to see Rod Stewart and the One Last Time Tour. It's coming up on July 12th. That would be this Saturday at the Mann Center, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tickets available, Ticketmaster.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck if you can identify that morning mystery movie clip here on a Tuesday morning. From the movies to the music, Phil Almquist. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 8th, we celebrate the birthday of Beck, who's 55, and a heavenly birthday shout to Andy Fletcher from Depeche Mode. Sing the Coon Wrapped Around Your Finger by the Police in 83. Born to Be Wild by Steppenwolf in 68. And Stop Dragging My Heart Around by Stevie Nicks and Tom Petty in 81. Album the Redeemer of Souls by Judas Priest in 2014. Beauty and the Beat by the Go-Go's in 81. Cosmos Factory by CCR in 70. And Master of the Rings by Halloween in 94. Also in 2023, Elton John played the last show of his farewell tour. In 79, the B-52s made their live UK debut. In 72, Bill Withers was atop the singles chart. In 67, the Monkees began a 29-date tour with the Jimi Hendrix Experience, but Jimmy was dropped after just 6 shows since his act was not suitable for their teeny bopper audience. And in 71, a mini riot broke out during a Mott the Hoople show, which prompted Royal Albert Hall to temporarily ban rock groups from the venue. But lastly, on that same day, Grand Funk Railroad played to a sold-out crowd at Shea Stadium in New York. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
There he is, Philip Almquist. Today in music history on this Tuesday, July 8th. The Dawn Show coming up in just over 8 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up top of the hour.
Yeah, so there's so much breaking. And by the way, a cabinet meeting with Trump at 11 a.m., so we'll probably end up taking that live. Generally speaking, he will talk about that. But we also have Pam Bondi speaking out, Department of Justice, this morning. What are they talking about? What are they highlighting? We'll have all of that for you. We're live. We're local. So many updates, and there's so much breaking news. We're going to get to all of it, including the update on Texas, Trump, the tariffs, the big, beautiful bill, how that impacts us here in Pennsylvania. We'll go through all of it coming up in just a few minutes.
All right. Pam Bondi. What do you think's on her desk right now, Sean Farish, if you had to guess? Starbucks cup, maybe stapler?
A red stapler?
The Diddy files. I don't know. Or whatever's there we know actually isn't there. So I guess that's the...
Who's got more on their desk right now? Pam Bondi or Sean Farish with props?
Oh, no, I'm definitely beating her. She doesn't have these.
You got the glasses?
The Joy Reid glasses.
The Joy Reid glasses.
She doesn't have the fork.
The word salad fork. Yep. You have your Sasquatch.
Hedgehog.
You have your Sasquatch poster. He's
got a hedgehog. We got the Sasquatch. We got the Sasquatch. Right? Hold on.
That's for Letitia James.
Can't forget about the lightsaber.
Right. There you go.
Right. And we certainly can't forget about Israel's secret weapon, the Star Destroyer. The woke right on X, right? So, of course, we have the
there you go.
1979. So we got it going.
You're always equipped. We'll talk to you again on Thursday. Thank you very much, buddy.
All right. Sounds good. We'll see you Thursday.
You got it, brother. All right. Stay tuned. Dawn is coming up next. Tony Bruno is in tomorrow with us, and we will see you then at 6 a.m. Good night.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what we forgot is the movie winner. Kevin is in Abington. Kevin, what's the movie?
The Last Starfighter.
All right, Kevin, you are correct. Came out in 1984, right about the time where Rod Stewart had a big hit with Some Guys Have All the Luck. And Last Starfighter came out before all this woke nonsense. Congratulations, you're going to see Rod Stewart at the Man.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process.